No, he's not here. Mm-mm. I know. Yeah, I thought about it, but I know. Yep. All right, good evening, everybody. I've got 6 o'clock, and we'll go ahead and get started with the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, February 27th, 2024. The clerk will call the meeting to order, and please take a roll call. Madam Clerk.
Miller.
Here.
Daffer.
Here.
Turner.
Here.
Kehoe.
Here.
Morgan.
Here.
Kirkman.
Here.
Selman.
Here.
Van Auker.
Here.
Garner is online.
Oh, he's online. All right.
Hey, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Next, we'll go through some staff communications and turn the time over to our city attorney, Brian Norton.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Brian Norton, and I'm one of the city attorneys for the city of Nampa. We appreciate you being here. This is a wonderful example of our robust democracy. Each of us can gather together to stand for issues we believe in and to petition our government at all levels. The city of Nampa, its elected officials, and city staff appreciate and respect the rights we all have under the First Amendment. We want to ensure that there is an orderly testimony tonight so that the Planning and Zoning Commission can fully appreciate and understand what each of you has to say. I think we can agree that there are many with strong thoughts and feelings about one of the current applications before the Commission. We ask that you be patient with the process so that commissioners can hear and understand everyone's testimony. In order to ensure that the commissioners hear and understand each point of view, we ask that you be respectful of those who are speaking and those who are listening. We also want to ensure that we have a clear record of each person's testimony. And to do this, we need your help. Just as you want to make sure that the commission hears your point of view, others want the same thing. Please be respectful of those who speak. When those in the audience engage in loud and boisterous behavior, it diminishes both the commissioner's ability to hear and understand, but also makes it hard to ensure we have an accurate and intelligible record of tonight's meeting. Because of the number of people who want to speak to the commission on one of the issues tonight, individual testimony is limited to 2 minutes each. This hearing may take some time. The commissioners may choose to take a break. If it gets late, they may choose to continue the public testimony or the decision to a later date. This is not an attempt to put off a difficult decision. They want to ensure that everyone has the chance to make their thoughts and feelings known and that they have the opportunity to fully digest everything prior to making what we all agree is an important decision. Please be respectful as they fulfill their volunteer responsibilities. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. I'll now call for a report on council actions. Rodney, if you have anything.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we had one public hearing that was approved by City Council that you recommended on to them. That was a zoning map amendment from IP or industrial park zoning to BC community business at 823 Park Center Way. And this was for a rezone to allow a church to locate in a previous industrial building. So that was approved by City Council at that meeting.
That's it? All right, great. I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda unless there's any discussion.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Kehoe, seconded by Selman to adopt and approve the consent agenda for tonight. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. The consent agenda will be adopted.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just a quick comment before we get started with public hearing. On one of the other boards that I sit on, what's been very helpful in meetings like this is that if people agree or don't agree, instead of clapping, they just raise their hand so that we can see how many people do agree with who's providing testimony. It really has helped to cut down the amount of time spent, especially if there's a lot of people that want to testify. So I don't know, that's just a suggestion. Instead of clapping and, calling out or whatever, just raise your hand and we'll know who agrees and who doesn't agree. So
Good thought.
just a thought, maybe.
You're already following directions. Good job.
Oh, so yeah, thanks for playing along with me. I appreciate that.
No, that's good, because it is super disruptive and hard to move on with the meeting, and we want to hear what everybody has to say, but I think we don't want to be here till 2 in the morning either, so thanks for that, Commissioner Kirkman. Where was I at? I was about to go through the rules. We heard about the time frame for public testimony. Just to go through the process here, I think all of you are familiar with public hearings, but if not, if you're new, we will call the applicant up. They'll be first to present the project that they're here to speak on. They'll have 7 minutes to provide their overview of the project, and then we'll have the staff report presented that we've received ahead of time. All of us have a very lengthy packet for this evening's meeting that has all of your testimony, as well as a stack of written testimony that we received after the packet was printed. We'll go through that, and then we will open the floor for public testimony. Come on up to the mic if you'd like to speak. State your name and address for the record so we know who's speaking and where you're located. And then give us your testimony. I know 2 minutes is a short time, but again, make your points concise and focused, and we will move through this as quickly as possible. After everybody has spoken or given the opportunity to speak, we'll close the public hearing. Or no, we won't. We will have the applicant come back up, and he'll have, or she will have 5 minutes to answer questions, provide rebuttal. After that, and all the questions are answered, we will close the public hearing, deliberate amongst ourselves, and render decision on each item. So tonight's going to be a lengthy meeting. I think, it's appropriate to have bio breaks as needed for the commission and for you all. So we might break it up over the course of the evening, and just appreciate your patience, and we're all here to make important decisions for our community, and we appreciate your support. So,
Mr. Chair?
yes.
Just a quick note on that. We can't have any interaction between the public and the commission outside of this hearing, them testifying on record. So during those breaks, we'd ask that all the public refrain from interacting with the commission.
Okay. Great.
I mean, I could walk in there, but it must be like that.
All right.
Better. James.
In the chambers.
I just don't know if he's going to look at it.
People need to mute here.
He needs to give us.
Got it? Okay. So one last thing with the signs. You guys, some of you have brought signs with you this evening. We want everybody to be able to see what's going on in here, and we have a camera in the back that is projecting up onto us and those online. We would not want to block anybody's view, so if you could just keep those low, we can see them all. And without further ado, we'll go ahead and start with the public hearing so we can get going. First item on the agenda this evening is a subdivision preliminary plat for Clear Creek subdivision First item on the agenda this evening is a preliminary plat approval for Middlebury South subdivision at 12246 Orchard Avenue and 0 Midway Road. 5 parcels totaling 105.78 acres in the RS6 zone for Kent Brown, representing Endurance Holdings, Clinton Whistle, for the original concept of 340 single-family detached dwelling units and 36 common lots. Mr. Brown, come on up.
For the record, Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood. We had this subdivision that was already annexed to rezone and went through the process and got modified DA and had a preliminary plat, and we allowed it to expire accidentally. thereby needed to resubmit it, and that's why we're here. The code had changed minorly, so it's in conformance with that code. If you were to look at the old plat, the streets are basically in the same alignment as the
previous one. You have a hard time looking at the two to be able to see much difference. There's 339 new proposed units. There's an existing house on site, and that will remain, and 36 common lots. It's all single family, and I'll stand for any questions.
All right. Anybody have any questions right now? All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and hear from staff. Let's see, Parker.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. I thought I would come up here instead of sit in the shadows. So, the action requested for you tonight: approval or denial of a preliminary plat. This is 340 single-family dwelling units, one existing home, and 36 common lots. The history here: this was annexed and zoned to RA in 2005. Without a development agreement. In 2006, it was rezoned to RS6 with a PUD that had a development agreement. And then it sat for some time. In 2021, Planning and Zoning recommended approval of the modification of that development agreement and the rezone. And a plat, and that development agreement went on to City Council, and the rezone was approved, and some modification happened to the development agreement, and it was ultimately approved in 2021. And where we are today. So correspondence to the building department requesting compliance with Title IV building regulations. This is 2.2 miles from fire station number 4 with a 5-minute response time. Engineering comments, typical comments. The ITD, requesting provide the department traffic distribution from the proposed development to help determine the scope of the traffic impact study. And then there's easement requests for pathways along both the upper embankment and the Wilson Drain. So looking at the plat here, this is 105 acres. Looking at the lot specifically, this is in conjunction with RS6 zoning. So the RS6 require lots to be at least 6,000 square feet, and the smallest proposed is 6,000. It requires that lots not be larger than 12,000 square feet, and the largest here is 10,210. The lots are greater than the 30-foot minimum. And looking at the density, this creates a gross density of 3.21, which is within the 2.5 to 8 dwelling units an acre for medium density. Corrections have been received for landscaping. Those are have been approved recently. The open space, this is just over 15%, which is the requirement. It proposes one large park area with a community center featuring a pool and playground. The applicant talked about the concept plan. This essentially matches that with one small revision in the center to the north. Looking at a phasing plan, this was in the packet. It is proposed to be 6 phases and take development over some time. And then pathways, as was discussed, the upper embankment on the west side, there would be a pathway on that side, and then on the northeast would be the Wilson pathway. The conditions are those in the staff report. A motion is there for you, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Parker?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, nothing in the development agreement has changed substantially, has it?
No.
Okay. And really, it looked like the only thing that was changed in the plat was to come in compliance with the 15% open space. Is that correct?
Commissioner, yeah, the change would open up that large open space a little bit more. So they took out that little roadway section in the park.
Other than that, it looks like everything is pretty much the same. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Parker, what was the date of your traffic impact study? Is it current?
Commissioner, I would have asked Daniel if he's got a response to that.
Daniel's
But I
here.
saw 2021 in the
Did you?
packet, but
Is it in the-
updated 2020 and then 2021, I think.
Correct. That is the current date on the traffic impact study that it was done in conjunction with the Middlebury North and this entire development. So we would not typically update it at this point.
Nothing out there has changed substantially enough that you think we need a new one?
Not substantially, no.
Thanks.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you. All right, we'll open public testimony for this meeting. Madam Clerk, do we have a sign-up sheet?
No, Mr. Chair, no one signed up.
No one has signed up. Okay, is there anybody in the audience that would like, or online, I guess, do we have anybody online other than Commissioner Turner or anybody in the lobby? Okay, anybody in the audience or that would like to speak for, against, or undecided on this application? All right, seeing none, Mr. Yes, yes. If you'd like to ask a question, just come on up to the podium, state your name and address, and you can ask us anything you want to.
Hi, my name is Cindy Allen. I live at 232 Buckskin Drive in Nampa 83687. I am just curious, though, what is the impact on the schools? Have you done a study on the schools for putting in all those homes with children?
We can ask. I didn't remember seeing a
There was nothing there. I was
letter
watching
from the
it.
school district.
Either.
We'll ask. We'll ask the question. Okay. Anybody else that would like to speak for, against, or undecided on this application? Yes, sir.
My name is Ken Woods, 2623 East Spicewood.
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear
Ken
that.
Woods?
Your address, sir.
Oh, 2623 East Spicewood Avenue.
Okay.
I think one of the big concerns is we have these new roundabouts right over there on Victory and Kings Road, and how the traffic and the impact of these trucks, cement trucks, are going to be
Sir,
on.
you're not here for this application, correct? The subdivision that we're talking about right now?
The subdivision?
Yeah. We're hearing the first item on the agenda, which is a subdivision, Middlebury North. The concrete plant application is further in the agenda.
Oh, forgive me, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No problem.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Anybody else would like to provide testimony for this item? All right. Seeing none. Kent, Mr. Brown, come back up. Have you had any discussions with the school district, or do we need to ask staff?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of any issues that would have been brought up in the first application. I didn't even see any comments in the file with regards to this, with regards to the schools. I mean, realistically, we're not any different than what we were before. We have more open space and similar lot count for single family. I think one of the things that I've experienced, and especially recently is as we do these subdivisions, 100 acres and, 340 single-family units. After 35 years of doing this, I'm doing subdivisions that I started 9 and 10 years ago, and they're 80 acres, and I finally get to the final phase. You are looking at an impact, but it's an impact over a period of time. Part of the problem with this particular development is we also have Middlebury North, and we're currently constructing there, and we need to drag the sewer and water before we start working on the phases that are a part of South. Getting them entitled with zoning. So these do take time, and even though you look at it and see high numbers, many times, especially as a commission or even the council or the public, you think that next week I'm going to have 340 homes out there, and it's going to be a while. We're as fast as we want to go, we're still not doing big, huge spaces, and it comes along over a period of time. That's the only answer I can give at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, in response to the young lady's question about the school district, I will speak just because I have a little bit of information about that, but this development is actually in the Valley View School District. It's just right across the street from the Nampa School District. I know that Valley View School District is experiencing some overcrowding in the elementary school, so I'm not sure exactly how that is and what that'll look like. But as far as the Nampa School District is concerned, there is room for growth in the Nampa School District, so it wouldn't affect negatively any of the, but again, it's in the Valley View School District, so I wash my hands of it.
It's across the street from the.
It literally is.
That district is so weird.
Orchard is the boundary.
Okay.
And
Good info.
another thing to keep in mind is they have passed a bond since the last time this came through. So
Yeah, that is a big development there, something different.
Yep. Any other questions, comments? Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair?
Brown. Yes.
Maybe I'll just jump in here real quick. During annexation, we had that conversation about schools. This is a preliminary plat,
Right.
not an annexation. And that was determined at that time. They had some analysis of the school ability to serve this. So.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move we close public hearing.
Second.
A motion from Kirkland, a second from Turner to close the public hearing. He said second. Or was it Daffer? Or was it Miller? Miller. Kehoe, second, to close the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, public hearing is closed. What do you think? That is a good reminder that we are acting on just the preliminary plat, so I think it substantially conforms and
any
matches
concerns with
concept.
density were discussed when it was annexed, and here they're meeting the terms of that annexation. They're on the low end of the density for what's permitted in that zoning. They've got the more open space. Unless there's any further discussion, I'll move that we approve the subdivision preliminary plat for Middlebury South subdivision at 12246 Orchard Avenue and 0 Midway Road. All those parcels totaling 105.78 acres in the RS6 zoning district for Kent Brown representing Endurance Holdings, Clinton Wessel, with all conditions listed in the staff report, and to adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in the staff report.
Second.
We have a motion by Morgan and a second by Daffer to approve this preliminary plat. All those in favor?
Aye.
Turner? Aye. Or your Turner. Garner, thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion is approved. Thank you. Yep. All right, second item on the agenda this evening is another subdivision preliminary plat approval for Stoddard Crossing at 0 East Locust Lane. 5 parcels and totaling 25.07 acres in the RS6 zoning district for Patrick Connor representing Hubble Homes LLC for 92 single-family detached dwelling units and 16 common lots. Hello.
Good evening. For the record, Patrick Connor, address is 701 South Allen Street, Meridian, Idaho. Good to see you all again. About 10 months ago, we presented this project to you all, recommended for approval to City Council. Went through some changes during the City Council process, improvements that I'll show you all tonight. Because of the changes, they wanted to have you all had another look at it to approve the preliminary plat, and so that's what I'm presenting tonight. Perfect. So the project has not substantially changed. I'll show you a little bit what has. The lot count is still the same, 92 single-family lots, 15 common lots. We have just over 50% open space. It was annexed in RS6 zoning, and there is a development agreement in your packet that has all the details of the project and some offsite improvements that we went through with the City Council to get that approved by them. So what actually changed and what actually improved in the project? So if you all remember, initially there was one point of access onto Locust Lane. It was an issue with the traffic study, and it met and conformed to the level of service, but it was something that council wanted us to really try and press with our neighbors to the west to make a connection to their private street. And so after the meeting, we had 3 or 4 in-person meetings with the Road Users Association of that community to our west. I actually presented the project at a special neighborhood meeting just for that community, and I left, and then they had their own vote on whether they were going to be willing to work with us or not with us on it, and thankfully it did pass. The majority of people did vote for it. So what actually changed on it is shown here. So the one that you all recommended for approval is on the left, the original concept, and the updated one, as you can see, has kind of a different arrangement of the open space to make it more usable, but most importantly in the bottom left, we have that connection to their private drive. What it is effectively doing is we are giving some of our property to widen their entrance there. Right now it's just about 16 feet, and we are going to widen it to make it a more safe entry for that community. And then that portion of the road will be a public street, and then it will fade back into a private street there at Shane Street. So it'll have 3 turn lanes and be a lot safer for visibility. We'll also have our main entrance on Locust Lane just to the east of that. It'll have a pathway along Locust Lane there as well. There's also a deterrent, so you can see there's kind of like that triangle concrete portion there to have folks not have the ability to turn right out of that exit. That was a big kind of point for the community. They didn't want their community to be kind of a cut through or anything like that. And so we have that division there to interfere with anyone that was attempting to take a right, so it kind of forces folks to go straight out to Locust Lane. We also made an agreement with the community to our west to provide them a direct access to the Stoddard Trail, a city trail that runs north-south in your community. Their access to that would be along Locust Lane, where there's no sidewalk, it's not very safe, and so we are going to provide them a private gate that they have the code to, and then they can basically cut through our subdivision with their own pathway on the north side along that Partridge lateral, which is buried and piped and will be landscaped. You can see that with that dotted red line there. So they have quick, safe, easy access to the Stoddard Trail. So that was something that we were willing to work with them on and helped it be a win-win situation for both communities. Again, there's the pathway and some of our landscaping. So it's a pretty straightforward application of preliminary plat approval. Like I said, it was approved by City Council, and it has a DA applied to it as well. So I stand for any questions, and otherwise I can let Rodney present his piece.
I have a question about the entry gate. Do they have a passcode or a card, or how do they get through the gate?
So in discussion with the community, we thought the best idea was to have a mechanical gate where you press the buttons and the codes, and that will be theirs to have.
Will the code be the same for everybody? Everybody makes their own code?
Everyone in the community would have the same code. And if they realize people that were using it that shouldn't be using it, they can change the code at any point in time. So that's something that we will give to them and that they will own, and they can be in control of the passcode and everything like that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just add one on the engineering about that. moving gypsum to the south a little bit. Did you consider that?
Yes, and that is a condition of approval, and we can comply with that. We just didn't change it on this particular plan. We can, so the point of that is if that property in that southeast corner ever developed,
Yeah, then you put
it would be able to,
houses on
yeah. So right now it's not arranged like that, so that is a condition that we are in compliance with. I also wanted to add, our neighbor on the south end, you can see there's an out parcel. Ms. Tammy lives there, and she was here earlier tonight, but couldn't stay, but we expanded that open space behind her house by 20 or so feet to give her a little bit of breathing room there. And we also committed to building single-story homes adjacent to her home. I just want to have that on the record. I don't believe that was a condition of approval by council, but that's something I committed to her and wanted to say it again tonight for the record, that we'll have single-story homes, lots 14 and 2 on block 3.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
that's not in the DA, those single-story homes?
No, it's not.
Okay.
So I don't know how we can memorialize it here other than what I stated on the record, or how we can do it, but maybe that's up for you all to discuss. Or,
We can add it as a condition if we so decide.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
yeah,
Just want to make sure it wasn't already there.
it's not already stated in the DA, so it can be a condition of approval tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, Rodney. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I think he's done a really good job of just summarizing what the project is. I will go through some history, but first of all, I just wanted to point out the location. Again, this is Locust off of Stoddard. The pathway to the east is Southside Boulevard. And then, to the immediate north is a county single-family subdivision, and then the RS6 zone. So that's in the city, and that's the Islands subdivision. To the south is another county subdivision, single-family. To the east is the Stoddard Pathway, and to the west is another county subdivision, which is Shannon Circle subdivision, and that's the one that we had most of the interactions with in the past public hearings. Public utilities and services are available. They can bring them to this site, and they'll have to do that as a condition of approval here. And here's where the current utilities are. So this has kind of a lengthy history, and so I'll do my best to just move through this pretty quickly. December of 2020, they had a pre-application meeting with the city. In 2021, in May, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the plat that you see in front of you. The blue area is their only new access to Locust Lane. The red one was to utilize Shane Street, which was a private drive. And when it went to City Council on June 21st, they found that there was no formal approval for that second access onto Shane Street, and they were concerned about the access being so close to each other. So they recommended, or the City Council denied the application for annexation. Then in October 26th, they presented this concept, and essentially they bought property on the eastern side here and provided the access on that portion. They didn't use Shane Street at all at this point, and then they had an emergency access only at the end of this roadway here. The Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval with additional conditions they placed on it. And then City Council voted to deny the annexation and zoning. They again had concerns about the lack of coordination with the neighboring properties and some concerns they had about bus stops and water rights and access, and they wanted further coordination and communication with that neighboring subdivision. So then in April 2023, the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing was held for annexation and preliminary plat, and you can see this was changed to a cul-de-sac. At that point, not a lot of changes, but they did have a neighborhood meeting at that point. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted to recommend approval with recommended conditions of staff as well as the conditions you see there. And then that was just to mitigate some concerns about the construction process. In the meantime, before the City Council meeting, which was held on June 20th, I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead. June 20th, the City Council heard this proposal, and they were a little bit concerned still. There were still some concerns about the number of units on the parcel and the lot sizes, that kind of thing. So they asked the applicant to look at the number of units and see if they could do anything about it and reduce it. They also wanted to see if a second full access could be achieved by giving access via Shane Street. There still was some conversations going on at that time with the subdivision to the west. So they continued that to September 5th. And then in the meantime, between that date and September 5th, the applicant made significant changes to the plat based on that feedback, and we felt like it couldn't be approved because it wasn't advertised that way originally. So the council approved the annexation with a development agreement, and that included this concept plan with the new access onto Shane Street and all of the improvements there, the traffic improvements to divert traffic away from going into the county subdivision. So this is the concept plan that they have to match when they come before you now with the preliminary plat. And that did get approved, that concept plan. So we received significant comments from all of these first set of agencies here. Those are all in your packet. There's quite a bit, but I've just incorporated all their comments into the conditions of approval. And then the agencies on the bottom just provided, essentially said that they didn't have a lot to say about this project, so not a lot of concerns. Here's the preliminary plat that they've proposed, and this is compliant as staff finds. It's compliant with that concept drawing in the design or in the development agreement. So just a quick analysis of that plat. Again, you're basing your approval on whether it meets code and meets the development agreement standards and conditions. Bulk requirements, it can't be smaller than 4,800 square feet. That was the size at the time. That has since changed, but at the time that was the minimum lot size that was allowed. And their minimum lot, the smallest lot they have is 5,000, just over 5,000 square feet. It couldn't be larger than 10,000 square feet. Their largest is 11,973 square feet, but the applicant has requested an exception to the 10,000 square foot minimum, and you can grant that as part of your motion tonight if you choose. The lot widths must be greater than 30 feet. The minimum is, the smallest lot size is 40 feet wide. And the number of residential units was 92. And so when this went back to City Council, I forgot to mention this, they were asking them to look at number of units being decreased. When they decreased the number of units, it took them out of the minimum and maximum range for the densities in the comprehensive plan. And so the council found that they just couldn't require that of them. They were meeting the standards of the comprehensive plan. So they do comply with that. It's 92. So I did want to point out a couple of things that were mentioned just briefly, but the area that I am showing in red and circled there, in order to meet their minimum 15% open space requirements, qualified open space requirements, they had to reduce the lot sizes in this block that's shown there. And so they did slightly reduce each of those. It wasn't significant enough that it became compliant with the development agreement. And then they also added the landscaping to the south there, so a greater buffer to that county parcel in order to reach their 15% minimum. These are the proposed conditions of approval. They're lengthy based on all those agency comments, but you have all those in your staff report. I can dig into these if you need to, but I think you've seen all those. And here's a couple of potential motions for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for Rodney?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, a quick question. The access gate to the pathway, is that in the development agreement?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Kirkman, it is not.
Okay.
Any other questions?
The exception for being larger than 10,000, do we need to state that in our motion if we were to?
You do. I've put that on the language here on the screen, and I better.
Oh, yeah, it's there. I see it.
Yeah, I better clarify the last comment that I made. There was a requirement by City Council that they block it off. They didn't say how they would do that exactly, but they did say that they would restrict access from the pathway, this subdivision, into the county subdivision, and so that's how they're doing it.
Is what you just said in the DA?
Yes, that they restrict that access,
Okay,
yes.
so however they do that is up to them. As
That's
long as
correct.
it's okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Other questions? All right, we'll move to public testimony for item number 2. Madam Clerk, is there a sign-up sheet for this one?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have one speaker, Ms. Carolyn King.
Okay. Ms. King in the audience.
She may be out.
She outside?
Might be in the parking lot.
Outside area, yeah.
Here she comes, I think. If you are Ms. King, go ahead and state your name and address and tell us.
My name is Carolyn King, 2518 East Locust Lane, Nampa, Idaho. And I did not see where on the plat, it was hard to see in there, where the irrigation pump is going to be located. And I wanted to make sure, the last meeting we were at, it was stated that it was to be a clean, clear path where they're going to bury the irrigation line, so that if we ever had to dig it up, we wouldn't have to go through somebody's backyard or house. And so they were supposed to leave that clear, and I don't know where the pump is going to be. And I would like to know that, and to just make sure that that is going to be free and clear.
Okay, yep.
I think that's all.
We'll ask the applicant to come back up and speak to that. Anything else, Ms. King?
Not at this time, I can't, because fencing will be discussed later.
If you have a question about fencing, now's the time to ask.
I would like to know if they're going to put up a private fence around the subdivision, because I have horses, and they like to trim trees and bushes and reach over fences. So if there's a private fence that encases my property, I would really appreciate that.
Okay, we'll ask.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the sign-up sheet, Madam Clerk?
No,
From-
Mr. Chair.
A couple seconds ago. Okay, is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak for, against, or undecided on this application? All right, seeing none, we will have the applicant come back up and answer those questions if you have the answer. I'm sure you do.
Yes, thank you. I do want to add the gate. It is in the DA under the MOU. That's was the agreement between us and the neighbors to our west.
For the pathway.
For the pathway that they have and the gate, the private access gate. And there's actually, in your packet, you can see in the DA, there's a Exhibit B actually shows that photo of the gate with the push button code combo. So again, we're working with them. We have a meeting next week to discuss the construction easements and things like that with them, and we'll kind of narrow down exactly what they're looking for So that is part of in the DA and in the memorandum of understanding with our neighbors.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, it's in the road users agreement within the DA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Road users agreement within the DA. Got it.
Yes, just to comment on Carolyn's question about the irrigation path, we're still working on design of how the irrigation delivery is going to be brought to her property. We're going to rebuild the current irrigation pump that's there. The current one that's there is about 80 years old, and we've done some repairs to it. She's done a lot of repairs to it, and so we're going to relocate that. We don't know exactly the best place to put it, but we're required by Idaho State Code to make sure that the delivery of water still comes her way. And ensuring that the irrigation runs in a place where if anyone needs to work on it, it'll be open and clear for them to work on. With the adjustment to Gypsum Street, that's going to take, most likely, that may be the pathway or the way to get over there. We just have to look at it as we design it. And we've been working with Ms. King throughout this process and ensuring her irrigation delivery last year and this year, as well as helping pay for some of the power cost of the pump. And then also answer your question about the private fence. Yes, it will be fenced completely around the subdivision. And we'll pay special attention to where she has horses on her pasture and make sure that it works for her and it works for our neighbors as well.
Okay, do you have the pump located on a plan anywhere?
So there's a couple locations that we could do it. So currently, it's on the far west side, just north of where our street intersects with Shane Street there. Currently, it's there. We're debating on whether... where the cursor is, yeah.
Okay.
And then we're debating on whether it makes most sense to have it just directly across the street next to Ms. Tammy's property, or if it makes sense to have it as close as we possibly can get it to Ms. King's property. So we're just trying to figure out exactly what it is. It depends on the flow and how it's going to work, because it's gravity fed and then it becomes pressurized after it hits the thing. So we just have to understand the irrigation design of it.
So to answer your question, you're going to make room for it and put it in a location where it can be serviced.
Correct.
Okay. And then the gravity line and how her property is served by irrigation will be maintained.
Correct.
Okay. Great. Cool.
And just to clarify, so the irrigation for this particular community will be fed by city irrigation, pressurized irrigation. This is a private system that's currently looking at our property, and we're following through to make sure the water that comes to our property is being delivered downstream correctly. And so this is really, I think she's the only user on this particular line. So we're required by law, and we will make sure that it's delivered correctly to her.
Okay, and then that's great. Perfect. And then the fencing, you spoke to the fencing a little bit, but I think her concern is she wants to make sure her property is fenced. So if we condition that, is that acceptable to you?
We absolutely can condition it or can fence it everywhere that we have adjacency.
Okay.
So her property is basically that southeast corner, that larger piece there, and so all that backyard fencing will be in. Adjacent to gypsum, we'll have to have another fencing there that will, if in the future develops, will obviously come down, but that would be a lot further down the road. So all of it will have fencing, and her horses will be secure.
Okay, are you going to put that in when you start construction or as the homes are developed, lots are developed?
It just kind of depends. The existing fencing that's up there now will stay in place until we put up the new one. So usually we don't put up the fencing until the end, or at least until the grading is defined. It just kind of depends on the grading of everything. But we're not going to take down any fencing. There's not going to ever be a point in time where her horses are free to roam.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just one more clarification. City code requires that fencing be done around the perimeter of the subdivision. So that's a condition of approval before they can even get any buildings filled.
No, got it. Okay. See, not a residential guy, so.
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Chair, in the D8, it also is very specific. There's a chain link fence until grading starts and the pinning is complete, and then you'll replace that chain link with a 6-foot vinyl.
That's correct. But that's for the western boundary adjacent to Shane Street. So there's a lot of concern about
So that's not
trash.
all around the.
That's not around the entire part. That's just adjacent to the private street there. They've had issues in the past by folks using that private drive to access the site, whether it's for farming uses or surveying. And so that was a particular thing that's in the condition. That will be the first thing that we put up. Yeah.
Sorry, I kind of asked questions throughout. Do you have anything else to add?
No, thank you for letting us present this. And I will say this is a much better project than there's been a lot of iterations of it. And I'm really happy it took a lot of time and effort to work with our neighbors and listen to them and see how we can make it a kind of a win-win connected subdivision. Even though ours is in the city and theirs is a county, it will kind of feel like it's one continuous subdivision, hopefully in the future with the pathway connection.
Great.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions? All right, thank you. Would entertain a motion to close public hearing unless we have questions of staff or anything.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Miller, second by Kehoe to close this public hearing for this item. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Chair, I think the applicant's done a great job in accommodating some of the concerns of the neighbors and some of the concerns, frankly, of the city council.
Agree.
If there's no other discussion, I don't want to step in front of anybody. All right, I'll make a motion that we recommend approval of subdivision, preliminary plat approval for subdivision, preliminary plat approval first. I just like repeating myself. For Stoddard Crossing subdivision at 0 East Locust Lane for 5 parcels totaling 25.07 acres in the RS Single Family Residential Zoning District for Patrick Connor, representing Hubble Homes LLC, and the proposed maximum lot size exceptions for specific parcels shown on the plat, adopt all proposed conditions, and find that the proposed preliminary plat complies with city codes and development standards. And I think those issues with the gate, and I think that's already in the DA, and we don't need to add those conditions, but unless there's.
Did you want to put a condition on
Oh,
those?
the single, yeah. I do want to add a condition to this motion that those 2 lots, and I think, what were those numbers right behind the private residence? 2 and 14?
Block 3.
Block. Thanks, Morgan. So lots 2 and 14 and block 3, is that it? Will be single-family homes. Or single-story homes.
No, Joe.
Second.
Too many Ps in that.
Okay. We have a motion to recommend approval of this plat with added conditions, and by Kirkman, and a second by Turner. He said it before you, Morgan. God.
That's right. That's right. That's all right.
Gardner, excuse me. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries, and that, appreciate your time wherever you went. There you are. Okay, thank you. All right, item number 3, last item on the agenda this evening. Just before we start, again, please remember what our attorney said down at the end there, what Brian started the meeting with, and we are all passionate about this item. All of us are citizens here in the city as well, and care a lot about our community. That's why we're here. That's why we're doing what we're doing. So appreciate you all coming. One thing I would ask is if the person in front of you says exactly what you would like to say, and you agree, please don't clap. Great idea, Commissioner Kirkman, raise your hand if you agree. And then if you would rather just say, yes, I'm against and I don't need to speak, we would encourage that, not telling you you can't speak, but we've got a lot of people on the list this evening, and we want to hear what's on your mind. But if we can move through this, hopefully we can get to a decision tonight. And if it does get, late into the evening, we need to up here have a clear mind and make a good decision for the city. So if it gets super late, we might continue this hearing not to do anything other than make the best decision we can. So just wanted to put that out there, and we'll go ahead and get started. This item is a conditional use permit for the operation of a concrete batch plant in an IL zoning district at 39 North Picard Lane for Sunrock Corporation for development and operation of a concrete batch plant. This item was continued from the January 23rd, 2024 meeting. Do we have the applicant here? All right, come on up, sir. Give us your name and address for the record, and you've got 7 minutes to present.
Okay. My name is Bill King. I reside at 851 East, 1400 South, Salem, Utah. I represent Sunrock Corporation this evening. I do want to thank you first for taking the time to consider our application, and we are grateful for all the public comments that we have received at this time. The Commission previously found the proposed use satisfies the conditional use permit criteria under NAMPA's Code of Ordinances, and since there has been no material change in Sunrock's proposal or the surrounding area, it would be clearly erroneous and an abuse of the Commissioner's discretion to deny the CUP now. Simply put, the proposed facility is safe, is appropriate for the area and zone, will produce significant tax revenue to the city, and will bring well-paying jobs to Nampa at little cost to the city when compared to other uses that intensely draw on city services. Consistent with Sunrock's mission, Sunrock strives to diligently be a good neighbor and takes great pride in having clean, orderly facilities and practicing good stewardship. Sunrock believes in preserving and bettering the communities we work so hard to build. In the past 10 years, Sunrock has provided crucial building materials in Nampa for over 200 subdivisions, utility work, and infrastructure work. The most recent work Sunrock performed in Nampa includes the Adams Ridge, which is around 500 homes, Franklin Village, 240 homes and a 28-acre park, Southern Ridge, around 400 homes, Sunnyvale, 150 homes with a new phase in 2024, King and Victory Road Roundabout, Nampa Airport with 4 hangars and a new hangar in 2024. And if you go back the past 20 years, Sunrock has aided in over 40 hangars within the Nampa City Airport. The concrete batch plant Sunrock desires to build on the property at issue here will allow Sunrock to continue supporting Nampa's anticipated growth for many years to come. Because concrete is in every home, school, church, store, building, and road, it impacts taxes as well as costs of goods and services at every level. When concrete is sourced near its end use, taxpayers pay less, roads are less congested, and air quality is better, which benefits everyone. Sunrock carefully selected the property at issue here with the express purpose of building a concrete batch plant to centrally serve Nampa's future growth. Sunrock spent considerable time and energy and money ensuring we would be able to procure the permits and authorizations needed to construct and operate the batch plant before purchasing the property. And Sunrock would not have purchased the property without a conditional use permit to operate a batch plant. In addition to millions of dollars spent acquiring the property, Sunrock invested millions more into the property, including site demolition, civil site designs, air quality permit, and equipment purchases. Sunrock filed its first application for a conditional use permit to operate a concrete batch plant on the property on December 16, 2022. On March 6, 2023, the City of Nampa Planning Director issued a conditional use permit pursuant to the Nampa City Code Planning and Zoning approval facts of findings dated March 2nd. The finding of fact conclusion of law decision that accompanied the initial CUP included the following: that the property is a light industrial zone area that features industrial uses and agricultural land that would be unaffected by the proposed use due to the similarity in nature. That the property is not adjacent to any residential zoned parcels and is compatible with other permitted industrial uses as found in the Nampa City Code, Title 10, Chapter 3. That the businesses is subject to performance standard in Nampa City Code 10-1-9E, which restricts the amount of obnoxious odors, smoke, dust, and other particulate matter in the amount of 1 pound per acre of property during any 1 hour. That the business is subject to review by the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality and will limit the amount of emissions from the operation. Also, that the business will provide an essential service to the community in the effective concrete material supply, which is common required material for construction. Then November 15th, 2023, the Planning and Zoning Department employees communicated to Sunrock that the initial CUP may have expired because the building permit had not been issued on the property. Sunrock applied for a commercial demolition permit for demolition work that Sunrock had performed, and it was issued by the City Department Building Safety on January 9th, 2024. 10 days later, the Building Department issued a certificate of completion related to the demolition permit. Although Sunrock contends that the CUP did not expire and should still be valid, Sunrock refiled an application for a second CUP out of an abundance of caution to keep the project moving forward. The application seeks approval of the same project on the same property as the initial CUP. The city should grant the second CUP. The commission already found Sunrock's proposed use satisfies the criteria for evaluating and granting conditional use permits. It would be clearly erroneous for the commissions to deny Sunrock's application because the commission already found Sunrock's proposed use satisfies the conditional use permit criteria that the commission required to evaluate under Idaho law and NAMPA's Code of Ordinances. Idaho law is well established that an applicant's rights are determined by the ordinance in existence at the time of filing the application of the permit. Case law of Bracken versus City of Ketchum. Because Sunrock filed its application for the CUP at issue here on November 27th, 2023, the commission must evaluate Sunrock's application under the criteria set forth in the Code of Ordinances in effect at that time. The city's Code of Ordinances in effect on November 27, 2023 provide that a conditional use permit may be granted only if the proposal conforms to all the following conditional use permit criteria. Number one, the location, size, and design of the operation characteristics of the proposed development will be compatible with and will not adversely affect the livability or the appropriate development of abutting properties and surrounding neighborhood, with consideration to be given in harmony and scale, bulk coverage, and density, to the availability of public facilities and utilities, to the harmful effect, if any, upon desirable neighborhood character, to the generation of traffic and the capacity of the surrounding streets, and to any other relevant impact to the development. Number two, the location, design, and site planning of the proposed development will provide a convenient and functional living, working, shopping, or civic environment, and will be as attractive as in nature as the use of its location as setting warrants. And number three, the proposed development will enhance the successful operation of the surrounding area and its basic community functions, or will provide an essential service to the community or region. Notably, these are the same criteria the Commission evaluated when it approved Sunrock's prior application, as noted. The Commission found that Sunrock's proposal satisfies each one of these findings and facts conclusion of law document. Having made a determination less than 1 year ago that the BASH plan on the property satisfies all the criteria necessary to grant a conditional use permit, it would be illogical to reach a different conclusion now, especially based on the circumstances that existed or readily apparent at the time of the Commission's previous findings, such as the existence of a nearby airport. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community. The concern identified in the staff report that a BASH plant would be a hazard to the nearby airport and thus harm.
Mr. King, that's 7 minutes. Okay. I have a question for you, and I appreciate the history lesson. We were all in attendance when that decision was made. We have a staff report in front of us. Do you and Sunrock agree with the conditions in the staff report?
So I do have some questions on the conditions within the staff report.
Okay.
Okay, so for
Can
example.
we take those? Okay. Go ahead.
1 through 3 are code ordinances, rules, and regulations out of the NAMPA Code of Ordinances, which we agree to follow. The item number 4 is not within the NAMPA Code of Ordinances, where it expresses any dumping, mixing, or crushing of materials shall be done within an enclosed space. That is an item that we would like to object. We feel that number 1, number 2, number 3 all have to do with air quality with fugitive dust. They're within your Code of Ordinances that we have to comply with. Also, number 6, which states we have to comply with all city ordinances, codes, and policies. That also demonstrates fugitive dust. Also on here, number 13 has to do with air quality, which states we have to follow the air quality approval order, which also eliminates or requires or puts in rules and regulations for dust. And so we would like the number 4 be removed where it does not follow any of those rules, codes, or ordinances.
Okay, we'll discuss discuss that. I had that marked in my
Sure.
notes as well, but
Also, item number 14, where a conditional use permit usually states with the land, not with the property owner, and we ask that it stays with the property and not the property owner.
which number is that?
Number 14.
So making it non-transferable, you'd like to object to?
That is correct.
Okay.
And I can also talk in detail on air quality, on water quality, on airport concerns and hazards.
I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions about that, and
Okay.
you'll have 5 minutes to speak to all those concerns
Sure. I appreciate
later in
it.
the
Thank you.
meeting. Any other questions before?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, how much longer, how much more of your opening statement or your proposal did you have?
I was about 2/3 of the way through.
Do we have that? So do we have?
He was reading if I'm not mistaken, you were reading the letter that
We got it in,
was
right.
FedExed to our office
is
yesterday.
correct.
Okay, yeah, I've reviewed that. I think
Just want to make sure. that-
everybody probably has up here as well. Yes, Commissioner Kehoe.
How many of these plants do you have in the
I was going to ask that too.
Nampa area? Is this the first one, second one, 25th one?
Within the city of Nampa,
Yes.
this is our first permanent concrete batch plant within the city of Nampa.
Where are you getting concrete from right now, since you don't have one in the city limits?
Right now, we have one in Caldwell,
Caldwell. Yeah.
right? And then we also have one south of Boise,
South of Boise?
yeah, south of the airport. And Cuna, I guess that's the designated area there.
How do we escape all these years not having one?
I'm not sure we've provided a lot of concrete to the area.
We've got.
So what's different?
So there's other companies that have batch plants in town.
Yeah, but they don't have his. He doesn't have one.
Right, Sunrock doesn't,
So-
but other companies.
Why do we need to have one now? I mean, if it's been taken care of by other people or you getting from different plants that you have, what makes it a necessity to have this plant here today, tomorrow?
You bet. So there's a lot of growth that's going on, and so there's an increased demand for concrete. Also, as I had mentioned, it's better for air quality, it's better for transportation when you can source the aggregate close versus having to bring in all the trucks, all the aggregate from long distance. It congests highways and roads when we have to bring it in from long distances. It also raises costs and taxes associated with concrete production.
Mr. Chair, just a clarification on that. You got to bring it in anyways, right?
Yes, that's a good question, right? So it's the same thing, like for example, Walmart, they'll bring it in bulk, right? It's the same thing, we bring it in bulk and then we disperse it. So it does alleviate traffic on the roads.
You know where you're sourcing your aggregate from?
As of right now, the aggregate can come from different locations. It can come from the Notice Parma area, it can come from Caldwell area. It all depends on where we're sourcing it currently from. We have some there on Highway 2020.
But again, whether you're bringing it a mile away or 10 miles away, it still would be coming into the.
I guess maybe I didn't make that very clear. You'll bring it in bulk, right, which will fill maybe 10 different or more different concrete trucks, right? So it'll come in bulk rather than all the trucks having to come in on the road separately. It'll come in a higher volume, and so it will reduce the amount of vehicles on the road.
And if they have a job in town, they'll deliver it locally from that plant, the finished product.
You're talking about the finished product is where the less traffic might be because you are delivering in volume, in bulk rather than.
Right. I mean, it is a finished product, but it's all the product, all the traffic involved.
Absolutely. No, I understand that piece.
Great question.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I hadn't finished my question, so if I may.
Sure.
You got this application approved, you're saying to us, last year, right?
That is correct.
How many people attended that meeting when you came before us at that point?
It was not as full as the room is tonight.
Quiet, please.
I do not recall. I mean, there was plenty of people here, but it was not like it is tonight.
What do you think is different between now and then? Why is there so many people here now and they were not here last year?
I am not aware.
You don't know?
I'm sure we'll hear that.
We followed all the same rules and regulations on our end, so I can't tell you why there's a difference now and there was not a difference then.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We will, I'm sure, hear from you again. Parker, you have the staff report this evening. Oh, you're going to get up again? All right, perfect. Hope you look good on camera.
I was going to say, I think
Yeah, Chairman, all these people came here to see me, so.
Yeah.
The action requested from you tonight, approval or denial of a conditional use permit for operation of a concrete batch plant in an IL zoning district. Parker Bodley, Senior Planner, Nampa Planning and Zoning Department. So, looking at the property is currently zoned IL, light industrial. Per city code, it's defined as the IL zoning district is intended to create, preserve, and enhance areas containing a wide range of manufacturing and related establishments, and is typically appropriate to areas providing a wide variety of sites with good rail and highway access. The surrounding adjacent uses consist of the airport to the north, also zoned IL. To the south, IL, that's Heath Specialty Precast. To the east is county, and that's Vision Recycling. And to the west is also county, and that is ag land currently. And then IL, the northwest corner, that's Dealer's Auto Auction. Looking further out, distances to some nearby land uses, 215 feet to the nearest airport runway, 870 feet to the nearest residence. That's at in the southwest corner of Victory and Grays. 0.33 miles to Warhawk Air Museum. Just over a half mile to Endeavor Elementary and Park Ridge Elementary. So this is a summary of the history up to this point. The applicant covered this, but this is in written form in front of you. It's also in the staff report. This was annexed in 2019 to IL. In February, this planning commission voted to approve a conditional use permit for concrete batching and mixing. In March, the applicant applied for a DEQ permit. In April, the FAA issued a determination of no hazard to air navigation. In September, a 6-month expiration date had passed. In October, DEQ issued the permit that they had applied for in March. During the fall, the applicant had worked to demolish buildings, remove trees, and no demolition permit was pulled for that work. In November, they had come in and we held a pre-application meeting with the city staff to discuss status of the project, next steps. Staff informed the applicant to submit a new conditional use permit application. Due to no city permits being issued in that time frame. December, the applicant submitted a new CUP, the CUP before you. In January, that was scheduled, advertised, noticed, and your previous meeting, January 23rd, the commission voted to continue till today. And this month, in February, the Planning and Zoning Director issued a revocation letter of the previous CUP based on non-compliance with conditions of approval. So looking at this conditional use permit before you today, and these are the criteria for conditional use permits in which you will use to form a decision regarding the request before you tonight. These are A through E. The proposed use is supported by the comprehensive plan. The design, construction, operation, maintenance of the property and project will not adversely impact the intended character and appearance of the general vicinity. That the proposed use will be served adequately by essential public facilities and services. That the proposed use will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community, and that the proposed use will not involve activities or processes, materials, equipment, conditions of operation that will be detrimental to any person's property, general welfare by reason of traffic, noise, smoke, flames, glare, and odors. These conclusions of law, criteria used for all conditional use permits. So that's the criteria you will be using tonight. The following regulations are those that currently exist in city code that are applicable to this request. Title 10, Chapter 1 contains performance standards for operation that take place on the property. And then the applicant addressed these a little bit. The performance standards, all operations conducted on the premises shall not be allowed to constitute a nuisance by reason of smoke, fumes, odor, gas, steam, vibrations, noise, hazards of other causes beyond the property boundary lines, and shall follow the following emission standards, meaning the emission of the emission of odors of any kind, as well as toxic corrosive fumes, is not permitted. Dust shall not be exhausted or wasted in the air. Smoke or particulate matter of a density greater than 3 on the Ringelmann chart, as currently published by the U.S. Bureau of Mines, is prohibited at all times. And then dust and other types of pollution borne by the wind from such sources as storage areas, roads, shall be minimized by landscaping, paving, oiling, or other accessible means. These are in Chapter 1, Title 10, Chapter 1, and the proposed use would follow such standards. And as the applicant mentioned, these are also in the conditions of approval, so should you vote to approve. Looking at the comprehensive plan, the NAMPA 2040 comprehensive plan contains descriptions regarding the airport and how decisions should be made. It defines aviation hazard as the following. Aviation hazards contrary to the Idaho Code established state authority to prevent the establishment of aviation hazards contrary to the public interest of in the state of Idaho. Aviation hazard is defined as means any new or existing structure, object of natural growth, use of land, or modification thereto, which endangers the lives and property of users of an airport or of occupants of land in its vicinity, and that reduces the size of the area available for landing, taking off, maneuvering aircraft. And then further, when making land use decisions, the following should be considered. So the avoidance of hazards is an important factor in maintaining safe airport operation and safe community. The intent of land use zoning, if we pop down to the bottom there, the intent of land use zoning should be to prevent incompatible land uses near an airport where the impacts of airport operations such as noise, dust, fumes, and other aircraft accidents can have a potentially negative impact on that land use, or the impact of the incompatible land use can have a potentially negative impact on the airport. So that's the statement in the comprehensive plan. Looking at the airport master plan, it further goes into compatible land uses. It describes incompatible land uses at or near airports may result in the creation of hazards to air navigation, reductions to airport utility resulting from obstructions to flight paths. Here's an aerial view, close up, and then further down, looking at Victory Road as well. Here's a proposed site plan, and this is a different site plan than the previous permit that came before you. The following agency comments for your consideration. There were a number of other comments from groups and citizens that have also been provided to you ahead of time. The Nampa Fire District had specific conditions of development. Those are part of the conditions of approval. The Irrigation District has easements for the Mason Creek Drain, the North Dobson Drain, and South Dobson Drain, and they would require any encroachment without a license agreement and approved plan before construction is unacceptable. ITD required the applicant to contact the Aeronautics Division to ensure development is within FAA regulation and guidelines. There were engineering comments. Daniel is here to answer any of those questions you may have. The Airport Commission submitted a letter, an explanation of why the CUP criteria have not been met. That's within your packet as well. The airport, this comment, concern of possible dust and contaminants being blown over the Nampa Airport. Pilots have reported having to go around due to visual obstruction. Engines may ingest particles also. The airport would like to be assured any dust and particulates generated from the plant do not interfere with the airport's operational safety.
I have a question on that one real quick.
Yes.
If I could. So their comment has to do with other uses that are already there, that they've had issues with.
Chairman, there are existing issues, and their comments also are about this being a potential issue.
Okay. Got it. Sorry, keep going. We'll have other questions at the end.
And I believe Monty may be here to answer some airport questions if those come up.
Okay.
Further analyzing the request, the following should be considered. So the Nampa Airport largely has concerns about emissions from their property. The FAA makes a determination in terms of height, but not in terms of emissions. So the FAA looks at the building height, but they don't consider adjacent land uses per se. Idaho DEQ issues permits and has responsibility in regulating concrete batch plant operations. DEQ has specific standards that it reviews in issuing a permit, and the applicant agrees to follow those standards in their operation. DEQ does not consider adjacent land uses in their decision-making process, so they leave that to the city to determine compatibility between land uses. Should the commission vote to approve, staff would recommend a number of different improvements be made to the lot to reduce emission from the property in addition to what DEQ requires. And we've covered those conditions already. One of those is staff would recommend that the operation be enclosed. That would be the ultimate reduction of emissions, having it within an enclosed space.
Excuse me, Parker, like totally enclosed?
That's would be something for you to consider.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how that's going to work with.
Sure. And at the minimum, we have standards about requiring paving streets, and the road back there would have to be improved to a degree. Also, options of including fencing, paving, etc. In summary, the commission must determine whether the proposed use is compatible or can be conditioned to be compatible with the abutting properties and surrounding neighborhood. So, the first three conditions are requirements within city code regarding emissions, as the applicant stated. Condition 4, like I said, would be staff's recommendation to mitigate emissions from the use. Condition 5 was looking at condition 5. That was a condition recommended by AOPA, which is a regional pilot association. But in review, that analysis is not something that's done by ITD, so ITD Aeronautics. So we would like that to be removed, just because it's not land compatibility. The use compatibility analysis is not a thing that they do. And then further conditions regarding getting approval from FAA, DEQ. And then regarding the transfer of the CUP, as it currently states, Sunrock, this would be issued to the applicant without the ability to transfer the CUP to another owner or location. So if they were to move, we would go through the whole process again if somebody were wishing to operate again.
Mr. Vision and Parker, Isn't that pretty much standard with all CUPs that we issue?
Chairman and Commissioner, it depends on the CUP request. Some CUPs for like a duplex, it's a built-in duplex. So, you can't require it to be demolished when somebody moves out. So it really depends on the request. In this case, we would remove it when the applicant moves on. There's a potential motion for you, and I will stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
You addressed my two questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Parker, what violations would cause the revocation of the CUP? What could they do that would say, we would say, hey, you guys violated this and...
Chairman and Commissioner, there's a lot of conditions within this, right? So they have to follow a lot of standards with different agencies. So they would have to follow all of the city codes, all of DEQ, all of FAA. If there's any violations among those agencies, we could revoke the permit.
So when a company puts in, obviously they're going to be tens of thousands of dollars worth of equipment to make this plant work properly.
Mm-hmm.
And then they mix their stuff outside and they got dust flying across the runway, and when we say, well, sorry, you violated your conditional use permit, are we obligated to pay them back any money for what they did to build it in the first place, or?
Chairman and Commissioner, there's a revocation process that we go through where we have to collect evidence, and it has to be substantial enough to revoke that. But no, there wouldn't be any penalties that we would have to pay per se, and maybe legal can step in if I'm speaking out of line, but.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just a...
Wait, let's get it.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up to our attorney. As you opine on what was just asked, include this in your response. Do you know what the standard of evidence is that needs to be provided for a CUP revocation? Is it 51 preponderance, 51, or is it?
Yeah, it's likely a preponderance of the evidence. And just to answer your question, Commissioner, anybody can sue anybody at any time. That doesn't mean that it'll make it past a summary judgment phase or the preliminary phases. But the short answer to you is no, the city would not owe the applicant any money for revoking a CUP. CUP is entirely voluntary, and if they violate conditions, it can be revoked, and they would then have to stop.
Okay. May I continue my questioning? One of the criteria was compatibility with surrounding area. I have not seen every particular place that's out there near where this site is, but I'm visualizing cement trucks which weigh tons upon tons, and I see them all around town, and they're very slow-moving vehicles. And there's got the schools there, and to me, that wouldn't be compatible with the surrounding area. I mean, we don't have slow-moving trucks.
Hold on a minute until we until we're deliberating, I think.
Yeah. But I want to ask a question on how they do that.
What's your question then?
How is that allowable? I mean, what is that part of the consideration? Is whether it's compatible?
Chairman and
with the surrounding
Commissioner,
area?
I would defer to Daniel. We have traffic standards that he can speak to.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kehoe, let me make sure I'm understanding your question. So you're asking the speed of travel of the trucks causing an issue at this location or traveling throughout town?
Particularly in this area. This is the area where they're going to build their plant. So all those trucks will come back to this point and then fill up with concrete, leave again. When they leave, they're going to be a lot slower moving vehicles than people are going to get exasperated, especially around the schools, and say, hey, I'm going to pass this truck, and before you know, we have a...
I would say that I have never dealt with a complaint of a speed related to a cement truck.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Mr. Chair, can I follow up on that question? One, I complain all the time about the speed, so I'm not sure if that's relevant, but what about the weight is what I was going to ask. Are there weight restrictions on these types of roads?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kirkman, there are weight restrictions on all roads. It would be no different than any other road traveled for any other purpose, whether the cement truck is generated here or generated in another location and traveling throughout the city. They are subject to the same weight restrictions regardless of where they're at.
So all the roads are built in the city of Nampa to the same specifications to handle whatever the load limit might be?
Mr. Chair.
I'm specifically talking about Victory here, because I don't think that's, is that a collector or an arterial, or what type of road is it? And I guess that's what I'm drilling down to is, do those types of roads have different weight restrictions? Because you wouldn't drive a truck like this through a neighborhood probably on a regular basis.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kirkman, these vehicles certainly go through neighborhoods during the construction phase, when they're building homes, when they're doing that. Are they driving through them daily? Certainly not.
Right.
Arterials and collectors are built more with a larger base section to account for higher truck volumes over the life of the roads. And so that is certainly accounted for in the design of an arterial road and the roadway section that is built in the pavement section for that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
I have a question. So last month when we postponed this, or we continued this, we also talked about a subdivision across the street. We talked about Victory Road not being scheduled to be improved. Would something like this move that improvement up to, or accelerate the process to get the road improved?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daffer, that's certainly something that could potentially play into the city's decision on timing of a rebuild for Victory. Exactly what that would do, I couldn't tell you today.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, seeing none. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to go ahead and move to public testimony. Do we have a sign-up sheet, Madam Clerk? Just kidding. So before we go there, you guys have been doing pretty well. Haven't had too many call-outs, but just so you know, we reiterate what I said before. If you do get unruly, we will stop the meeting and have you escorted out. We want this to go as smooth as possible, as much as you do. So let's go ahead and get started with the sign-up sheet. And again, you have 2 minutes to provide your testimony. We'll have a timer, and we will adhere strictly to the timer this evening, given the amount of testimony we will have. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, we have approximately 48 speakers signed up.
48?
Yes.
That's not bad.
That's an approximate. And what I would like to state is we will have it to where I have 3 people called at one time. The first will come to the podium, and then when we have 2 on deck.
Perfect.
Okay.
It's like baseball.
First up is Mr. David Paul. After that would be Mr. Daniel Markowski, and after that would be Miss Cindy Fritz.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your time.
Hold on one second. Where do you want the people on deck to stand?
Line up.
In the aisle. Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that.
David Paul, 47 South Wasatch, Nampa. Commissioners, thank you for your time. Sunrock talks about being a good neighbor and a good steward, but let's look at their actions instead of their words. Sunrock isn't just negligent, they're a serial polluter. For over 5 years, they discharged harmful chemicals into the very heart of our community, the Boise River. A man-made, in 2008 to 2014, a man-made channel approximately 630 yards long dumped pollution into the Boise River. Sunrock's self-monitoring and self-reporting system seemed to have missed this. Wastewater from washing concrete mixing trucks flowed into the Boise River. Sunrock failed to implement adequate practices to prevent material runoff of raw material into the Boise River. The Sunrock failure allowed chemicals to pollute the area surrounding the production of Jersey barriers. Sunrock failed to provide adequate training. Sunrock took no action to separate wastewater from stormwater, even though their permit identified the need to do so. Sunrock failed to conduct visual assessments. Sunrock failed to conduct an annual comprehensive site inspection. Moving forward to 2017, the EPA at Barber Valley Development found multiple violations, including discharge into a creek, which feeds into the Boise River. Again, in 2017, the Cuna location occurred a violation stemming from a torn air filter. Sunrock's self-reporting system failed again. Again, in 2021, the EPA needed to remind Sunrock to quit polluting. Pollution from Sunrock drained into the, is this my time up here?
Yep. Quick 2 minutes is fast.
It is. Commissioners, thank you for your time. These guys are serial polluters.
Hold on just a minute, please. Do we get a chance to ask them questions?
I don't think we should.
Okay. All right.
No. Thank you. Next.
Hello.
Name and address for the record, please.
Daniel Markowski, 209 South Blue Heron Way. I think this is actually a fairly simple situation here. Sunrock just bought a bad piece of property for them. They did everything that they state about safety, et cetera, it does not take into account that they're literally just a few hundred feet from an airport and just a few hundred feet further from neighborhoods. And that's what makes this different and what makes it unsustainable. I don't think any rational person can say that they would want a concrete batch plant in their neighborhood and it will, I think, what does it say? Allow a desirable neighborhood character. That's not going to happen, let's be honest. Nor can I think you could say that it's not going to affect the economy, not only of our homes, but also of the airport, which is extremely important to the city. So I think they just bought bad property. It's too close to where they should be. And for that reason alone, they shouldn't be there. So a minute, how's that?
Perfect. I like it.
Can I have his time?
No borrowing or selling time this evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Cindy Fritz, and I live on 5514 Howard Lane. I'm approximately 1 mile from the proposal. But not only am I a resident, I'm an aircraft owner, a hangar owner at Nampa, but I'm also an Idaho Aviation Association board member, and I represent many pilots here tonight. I believe these impacts are cumulative. You're going to hear more about air quality tonight, so I won't go into that. You're going to hear more about the heavy traffic, schools, and children tonight. I want to point out that I'm concerned about the 2 existing wells that could draw down aquifers, or if not properly cased, could contaminate aquifers. I'd like to look into that. But I mostly want to talk about the airport. While the Sunrock stacks have been adjacent and have met the FAA height requirements, I think there's more things to be concerned about. I think their emissions is one concern, that during inversion situations, if we get a lot of aircraft emissions, we're directly in the downwind and the upwind, or if for the IFR circling, I'm afraid that we would have too much smoke, dust, and contaminating, especially in the inversions. Boy, I didn't paraphrase that right. Anyway. The sawdust emissions could settle, or sand, on the runway and taxiway, which could be churned up as we taxi around, and it's very dangerous to aircraft. It's kind of like sandblasting your aircraft. Some of us don't fly with the wood chip when those are all churned up in the air, and just because it's dangerous. And we're concerned that not only is there emissions, there's aggregate dumping, aggregate mixing, and all of that could be worse. The wood pile dust is a great example of what not to put adjacent to the airport, and it feels like we're not learning from that. That wood dust pile is horrible to us, so go out there someday and see that. If there's a situation where a pilot needs to deviate from a takeoff or landing, they sidestep to the left or right. And if those 80-foot stacks are there, we're afraid that they would impede that, that we wouldn't be able to climb out. And one of the worst situations when you can't climb out is you try to get over them, and you stall, and it's a stall spin, and that's an unsurvivable situation to have those right there. It's a very high-traffic airport, and we have to deviate
Chair, time.
often.
Time, Ms.
Thank you
Fritz.
for your time.
Yep, thank you.
Next is Mr. Mike Lewis. On deck after him is Miss Sue Paul and Miss Renee Kelly.
Yeah, I should have said that. When you come up, you can adjust that microphone to get it close to your face so everybody can hear. And then for my fellow commissioners up here, if you guys need a break, bio break, just I'd entertain a motion at any time you need one. Just say, make a motion, we take a 5-minute break, and we'll go once we vote. So hopefully everybody votes for a break if somebody needs it. Don't be mean.
That'd be mean.
Don't be rude to your fellow commissioners. Okay, moving on. Who's first?
Mr. Mike Lewis is first.
Mike Lewis?
Come on down, Mike.
It's all right.
There it goes. Good evening. Thanks for having me here. Good evening, citizens of Nampa. I'm going to quickly present evidence against opposing thoughts.
Need your name and address
yeah.
for the record first. And then your time's going to start quick, so
thank you.
I would suggest just getting right into it.
Mike Lewis. I reside at 4116 East Bull Reel Court. I have several cases throughout history out in the West, particularly of concrete plants ordered to shut down after evidences presented to other city councils of dust and concrete sediment and health presented from hardness of breathing or irritation. I'm going to spare you all those because I'm sure others have majority of that covered. But on these issues, majority of these come from plants that are within a quarter mile from homes. The proposed plant is within less than a quarter mile of the nearest home. Sunrock may make the cleanest dust, but dust it still be. Not mentioned are the respective city councils that have ignored pleas of the people that have weekly meetings such as this. And lastly, those items, the quick list that I didn't mention, all have to do with established plants. This has not yet been constructed, and do note that the residences nearby are already established. I'm going to skip the answer to opposing thought and just quickly say, for encouragement of you good men and anyone speaking after, the direction or purpose of government is to these three simple things: protect life, protect private property, and to protect marriage. Anything more or less than these items, or elevating one over the other, will result in the slow deterioration of the society or community. For he, that's you guys, is servant for the people's good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for he does not bear the sword in vain. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sue Paul. I am the co-founder of the Warhawk Air Museum at the Nampa Airport, and with me is Carson Spear, the executive director. I wanted to know if I could relent 1 minute to him, if we could each have 1 minute.
Sure, and we got the timer running, so can we restart that,
move
please?
me up to my 2 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to do it.
And I live at the Warhawk Air Museum.
You live
I
there?
might as well be. No,
Yep.
but I might as well. I've had a cot upstairs for years.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, restart again, please.
Okay.
There we go.
The Warhawk Air Museum, we are unequivocally opposed to this station being built less than a half of a mile from the runway. I'm a pilot myself, and the horror of flying over the runway on that side and seeing those towers there it's absolutely terrifying to me as a pilot, as it is to any pilot flying out of the airport. I do believe that the damage to the air that's going to happen unequivocally with the air quality sometimes we have with the winds. We're supposed to have 35 knots tomorrow that blow through our airport and through that valley are going to cause severe damage ultimately to the airplanes that fly through there. We fly World War II airplanes. We have many, many friends that fly these $1 million worth of airplanes into the Nampa airport for people to enjoy, and I do not have a doubt in my mind that when these folks begin to find out that we have a cement factory blowing dust into the air, corrosive dust into the air, that we're going to have a problem. So we're asking you to please deny this. This is a wonderful city. The people really trust you. I trust you. We all trust you to make the right decision for our community. They picked the wrong location. We asked the owner on the phone at one point, why did you pick that location? And he said, well, we're determining that. I said, have you seen the location? He said, no, I have not.
Okay, well, she took
Carson
a minute.
Spear,
30
201
seconds.
Municipal Drive. I'm a combat veteran myself, Purple Heart recipient, and very concerned about ensuring the Warhawk Air Museum is there for future generations. NNU did a study that we generated $6.8 million of economic impact. If we're no longer able to fly our World War II warbirds, that might jeopardize our main revenue generating event, the Warbird Roundup, and we may cease to be able to even have the Warhawk Air Museum if travel is deterred from coming into this area. We also had a neighborhood meeting where a commercial real estate agent put it very clearly that he could easily resell this property for Sunrock and hopefully avoid this whole situation. Thank you so much, Commissioners.
Thank you for your service, sir. Okay. Come on up.
Renee Kelly, 5416 East Victory Road. I'm here today to ask you to deny the proposed Sunrock CUP. Sunrock has already proven themselves untrustworthy and already did not comply with permitting and regulatory processes required by the city, which Parker already pointed out. One thing that I saw in the packet was in fall 2023, Sunrock demolished buildings and trees without pulling required permits. They've also been sued by the government for the river, which somebody already noted, and have had other lawsuits against them. The Idaho DEQ in their permit is going to allow Sunrock to self-inspect. With their track record, that seems kind of scary. The Idaho DEQ also states the area is rural with scattered residents, ultimately bringing to light their outdated models used when reviewing and approving applications. After reading through much of the packet, there is a plethora of information in it as to why this should be denied. If P&Z would have had open communication with the city airport and placed a sign in public view, not up a private lane initially, we would not be here today. This area is surrounded by thousands of homes, schools, numerous bus stops up and down Victory and Grays Lane, the city airport, and very close to one of the pride and joys of the Nampa, the Warhawk Museum. If this plant is allowed, we will be pushed out of our home that we have put blood, sweat, and tears into. Just remember, when making your decision, we were all here first, including your city airport, whose commissioners expressed they are 100% against this, not Sunrock. There are plenty of other locations in the valley that would better fit them. If Sunrock wants to build a better community, like their mission statement claims, they will listen to the residents' concerns and move on to a better place.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, next is Ms. Patty Quinn. On the deck after is Mr. Gregory Palmer and Mr. Dre Campbell.
All right, Ms. Quinn.
I think she's coming.
Oh, all righty. And if you're on deck, in the aisle, please.
Okay, my name is Patty Quinn. I live at 601 South Blue Heron Way. And I have right here 1,000 signatures, 1,000, over 1,000. A lot of them I got collected personally going door to door. These are people that do not want the concrete plant in our neighborhood. Would you like them, or I think I've sent most of them to you in emails and stuff. Okay.
We've got the list.
So I have the golden question. Where were we a year ago?
Yeah.
January 10th. January 10th. My daughter sent me an email that was pasted on Facebook that said, have you seen this? And I said, no. Somebody posted about the concrete plant because they had caught it on your website. So I instantly jumped in my car and I drove all the way to the end of Grace Lane, which turns into a private road called Cajun or something, and all the way to the end. No sign. So I called up the planning department and I said, where is your sign? And she said, well, we always place the sign on the property. And I said, well, if you place the sign at 65 Pickard Lane, nobody will see it. 65 Pickard Lane is a little private road behind an existing container storage yard that is on Grays Lane. So nobody would have seen it. So I asked her, I said, well, there was a sign. And she says, well, we put them up 10 days before. And I said, well, you please put it on Victory Road so we can see it. So she said, yes, the gentleman that puts them up is right here next to me. I will request that of him. So that is why today the sign is at Victory Road, because I made sure it went up, and I made sure it went up 10 days before, and that's why we did not know a year ago, because the sign was put on 65 Pickard Lane, which is a private dirt road, and most of the time there's a gate on Cajun, so you can't even get up into that area. They shut the gate when that one little business is closed, so.
Mr. Chair, time?
Yep.
Golden question.
Thank you. No clapping, please.
Hi, my name is Greg Palmer. I live at 3213 East Victory Road. I'm going to address some of the things that people are skipping. The aquifer, for one thing. I require that water for my domestic use. If they're going to pump water out of those wells on that property, that aquifer is going to go down. It's already going down every year. So I need that water. Second thing, Victory Road was paved how many years ago? It maybe has 2 inches of asphalt on it. If you look at it, yesterday it rained, coming home from work, you can see the ruts in the road where the truck tires are, and they're full of water. If you remember what Simplot Road was like at the corner, where the trucks would sit there and that road just caved in, and it had a 12 inches ruts, that's what Victory Road's gonna look like. One of the items that is added to concrete is fiberglass. You want that on the airport runway, that'll cut tires. You don't want that in people's eyes. You don't want that in people's throats. It will do tremendous damage. They're gonna be batching or crushing rock there. That's gonna turn that into a 24-hour-a-day operation to crush rock and to keep up. That facility is not large enough to handle what they want to do. The road coming in on Victory isn't wide enough to make turn lanes. If you're going to put turn lanes in there, it has to allow at least 3 semis, 40-footers, to get into the turn lanes so that traffic can continue on it. Both directions. The noise is going to be horrendous up there. The mud tracking onto Victory Road is going to be horrendous. That Cajun Lane, it's a driveway. Went back to the dairy that was there. I don't know how many people know that was a dairy originally, but that was a dairy, and that's what that road was used for. So thank you for your time. 2 minutes is really fast. I was expecting 3. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Chair, Commissioners, are we allowed to ask a question for clarification before the time starts for speaking?
Clever.
I just have I'm curious to know if there is someone here that can speak to the code for placing the CUP signage on the properties. Is there someone here? Is that a state
Mr.
ordinance? Or is
Attorney,
that a
can
city
we ask
ordinance?
the staff that question?
Mr. Chair, you can ask the staff anything you like at any time for clarification, sure.
Can he ask?
Yes.
He cannot ask,
Okay.
but you
I'll
can ask.
for him. So noticing requirements, I think, is the question, Rodney, and the history on this one.
Yeah. By state law, the property has to be posted, or the notice has to be posted on the property. So that's state law, Title 67, 65. And it's a valid concern that people have here. Once we discovered that it's not being able to be seen, we made a policy after that and said, okay, we'll post on the property, just like state law requires, and then we'll post a larger sign out on the Victory Road. So that's how it happened.
Okay, my name is Dre Campbell. I'm at 3850 East Kings Gate, moved there in January. So the reason I do that is because I'm a proponent of you guys, and I came here to kind of take the burden off you. Sunrock has come to say, hey, you guys approve this. This is your fault. I think that the civic engagement is important, right? We're all here for a reason. Like you guys, it's hard to be informed of issues without the constituents of your area coming to speak. And so the fact that you weren't presented facts from the constituents in the area, I think alleviates the burden. You approved this initially because you didn't have the knowledge of the people around it or the facts. So that's one thing I come to say, I alleviate the burden of this. This said that you guys approved it. I don't think that you had enough of the information given to you in time. And so the fact that the sign was where it was, you can see the proximity to a main arterial, which is Victory, is inappropriate. Secondly, I'm a professional commercial real estate agent. Someone referenced me earlier. Thank you for whoever that was. I would like to say that light industrial land, as some of you know, is very hard to find. It is a asset in this community. And so I do not believe that this land has deteriorated in value. I think it's increased in value. They've done work to improve this property value. And like I said jokingly at that meeting, I'll sell it for them. Come to me. I will help them sell it and get more money, hopefully, than they paid for it. I know the code. I look at it every day. I study it. A concrete batch plant, I thought, well, hey, maybe I'll go and see if I can find something that's a heavy industrial use that they can move to. It's concerning to me that a concrete batch plant in the city of Nampa still has to go through a CUP for a heavy industrial use. This is a light industrial use. A heavy industrial use has typically moved far away from residential neighborhoods. I personally am the closest house on the corner with my neighbor Walt to this site. I moved here in December. I wouldn't have moved here if I knew this was going to come. Tell me that's not an economic distortion for this value. I would not have come here with my pregnant wife and my child if I knew that was there.
Sorry,
That is an
Chair.
economic impact on the land.
Mr. Campbell.
Okay.
Thank you. No clapping.
No, you guys are doing good. Don't blow it now.
If you really agree, you can raise both hands.
Yeah. Now you're going to have them raising their feet.
So, you guys need to be quiet too, not just them. Come on.
Mr. Chair, next up is Aubrey Miller. On deck is Dinah Brewer, and then after that is Vincent Arbruster. Hope I said that right, I'm sorry.
Two minutes.
After you say your name and address.
Yes, I am Aubrey Miller. I am on the Nampa Airport Commission, and I am in Meridian, but I serve on the Nampa Airport Commission.
We need your actual address, actually.
1042 East Eustick Road, Meridian.
Okay,
So,
start
Mr.
a timer. You just got 10 seconds taken off.
I got 10 seconds
Okay.
taken off.
Hold on.
Okay.
Like on camera. Go.
Thank you. I'm a native Idahoan, a pilot, and an airport commissioner. Part of the pleasure of serving on the Airport Commission for the last 4 years is to ensure a future flying legacy for my kids, help shape the landscape around the airport, and perhaps even leave it a little better than when I started. Maybe we share this commonality as volunteer commissioners. On behalf of the Airport Commission, a letter in strong opposition was submitted detailing key stakeholders and their concerns. We would like all of these questions addressed before project approval. AOPA is a national nonprofit formed in the 30s striving for aviation safety. The Airport Commission supports the Northwest Regional letter submitted, and it should carry quite a bit of weight. There's an aviation easement in your packets. To summarize, it grants the city all rights until the airport's no longer an airport to prevent erection or growth of something on or extending into the airspace, causing a safety issue. This easement, created in the 70s, is a bit of a common sense holdout to ensure safe and proper building around the airport. However, if there is a need to spend the money on a land use compatibility analysis performed by the Division of Aeronautics, as AOPA suggests, we support this. I would like to know what the attorney knows about this easement and the importance of it. The main things I want to leave you with is that there will be 8 buildings with exhaust placed directly below traffic pattern altitude. This starts at 500 feet above the ground for our ultralight aircraft. Exhaust below a traffic pattern is unnecessary distractions, and it can cause difficulty in recognizing aircraft, especially in transition. Visually, on the Ringelmann chart, pilots will be looking into at least number 1 over here, but can be looking in through number 3 for transitioning aircraft. The plan still allows 25% of unsuppressed potential to emit fugitives emissions of particulate matter. 4.17% of this is sand and 1.77% of this is aggregate. That's on 7.83 acres. And my time is up, but I have more, or I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have within the packets that was provided.
I've got a comment from the attorney on the airport easement.
So as the city attorney, I actually can't answer questions to the public. I'm
Okay.
here to advise the commission. And so you would have to submit a public records request for that sort of information.
Okay. Well, my hope is that you guys looked at it very closely in your packet. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I wrote down Brewer is the next name on my list.
Armbruster.
You were third. Who's second?
Dinah Brewer?
Diana or Dinah Brewer? Ready to go. Like it. No borrowing minutes either.
I practiced for 5, so.
Okay. Uh-oh. All right, Mr. Armbruster. Armbruster?
Yep.
Name and address for the record, please.
So 3721 East Green Meadows Place, Vince Armbruster. Like I say, I practiced for 5 minutes. I'm not going to repeat what other people have said, but this plant would absolutely create dust, cannot possibly be completely contained. If you make concessions by enclosing it, a door's got to open and close. Like, I don't think there's any way to enclose it. So I hope you won't try to put some kind of regulation on it to allow them to come in. It's going to make dust. The Sunrock representative stated that their concrete helped build many projects in our area. Representatives also mentioned they helped build our houses, roads, roundabouts, etc. This may be true, but they also got paid handsomely for it. They aren't doing us any favors. This is all about money. Once these jobs were completed, they were paid, and they went on to the next project. We tolerated temporary inconveniences to our quality of life during those short-term projects. The batch plan isn't leaving once the jobs in our area are done. It will still be here, along with all the additional traffic and pollution, supporting the next Project Sunrock contracts. Their profits come at our cost, as it will definitely affect our health, our well-being, and our quality of life. Please don't let it happen. In closing, our family chose to move to Napa and be a part of this community, and the board here represents us, and I appreciate that. Don't force the batch plant on us for someone else's convenience. Make them build it elsewhere, away from our community, and in the future, people decide to build their life around pre-existing batch plant, then that's their choice, but don't force it on us. And that's all I really have.
You did pretty good for a 5-minute practice.
Well, I cut it all out. So.
Okay.
I appreciate the time.
Good comments.
I really
Appreciate
do.
that.
Mr. Chair, can we take a 10-minute break?
10-minute?
5 minutes?
Sure, yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to take a 10-minute break, please.
All right, so we have a motion on the table for a 10-minute recess. We have a second?
I'll second.
Kirkman, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Official time to come back.
I got turned off. 8:13. Yeah. right, I've got 8:13. Hello. I've got 8:13. Thank you for letting us take a break, and we'll go ahead and proceed with our public testimony portion of the meeting. And I just wanted to take a moment and couple things. Commissioners, when you're speaking, please speak into the mic and speak a little louder than normal. We had a citizen come up and say it was really hard to hear, both on our side of the mic and on the podium side of the mic. So as you're providing testimony, I know it's tough in speaking in front of this many people. I've had to get used to it. I didn't like it at first. I still really don't like it. But if you could just make sure, and we're putting a time constraint on you, so speak clearly as you can and as loud as you can. And the second item was, well, we'd appreciate that. And then the second item was, just want to say thank you for your well-behaved manner tonight. Much different from the first hearing, and we really appreciated it. I think it's provided a meeting where everybody can hear what's going on, and just wanted to say thank you. So we've got a few more to go. And Madam Clerk, if you'd call the next three contestants, please.
Mr. Chair, first is Jane Hopkins. On deck would be Tammy Sanchez and Deanna Sprecklin. Sorry.
Okay, we'll figure that out.
Thank you. I appreciate being here, and I'm so grateful for the crowd that showed up tonight. I'm here for a personal reason. And
Name and address, please.
Oh, sorry. Can I start over?
Yep. You haven't started yet.
Oh, good. Jane Hopkins, 24 South Rolling Green Street. We're about a half a mile from the proposed site. My husband and I moved here from Meridian for 24 years. We lived there, raised our family, moved here to be close to a granddaughter who was born needing to have a trach. She is 6 years old. This little girl is a pistol and is strong and healthy, but she has limitations. She cannot overdo, she cannot run and play for more than a couple minutes because her breathing is so labored. And it is hard for her to catch those breaths. And so from the time she was very small, her favorite thing to do is to swing outside. And that is what she does for hours when she is at our home. She attends Park Ridge Elementary, and then she's at our home. She does not have a filter like we have. So those particles, which will be in the air, immediately I Googled and got up dozens of places where cement plants, no matter what, those particles are in the air and in yards. This could kill my granddaughter. She has no filter. That goes right into her windpipe and into her lungs, and they will not be able to be cleaned out. So it is personal to me. I know that your vision statement is to guide the use and development of land to support the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. And I know that you'll do that because I know that you care just like we do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Sanchez, I have you next. Sanchez. Euler. Okay. And then the last one was hard to pronounce. Sprecklin or Spraklin? All right.
3 new ones.
Yeah. Do we have somebody out there to?
Well,
We do? Okay. Okay. And Madam, oh, geez.
Coming out of your paycheck.
Madam Clerk, I think we'll do the next 3, and if Ms. Sanchez or Spracklin appears, we will hear from them too. So keep going, please.
Okay, next is Kim Taylor. On deck would be Jace Taylor and Joseph Brunshin.
Okay. Taylor?
I think he's Joseph.
Okay, Taylor, no Taylor. Brunshin? Okay, come on up. Sorry if we butchered your name, but state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Joseph Brunchin,
Not too bad.
6015 Joe Lane, Nampa, Idaho. I live 1.25 miles from the proposed site. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, thank you for your time and your service. The Environmental Protection Agency states that cement plants are a significant source of sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, and carbon monoxide. Affected populations include children, the elderly, asthmatics, individuals with bronchitis, and emphysema. This is in addition to the known fine particulate matter pollution. There are schools, subdivisions, churches, hundreds of single-family homes, and small farms within close proximity of the suggested plant site. This is the wrong site for a concrete bench plant, and I urge you all to deny this conditional use permit. Why did no one protest the first time? Nobody knew. Nobody
Quiet,
knew.
please, quiet. Thank you.
Thank you for your
No,
time.
you can keep going. You have a minute.
What's that?
You have another minute, but I was just quieting the crowd, not you. Mr. Brunshin,
Others have said many things that I would also say.
thank you.
I will let them speak to it.
Thanks for your comments. All right, next three on the list, please. And at the end, I will come back to, if we run out on the list, I'll come back and ask if anybody else wants to speak before we close, so everyone will get their opportunity. So, Madam Clerk, next three.
Next is Randy Coburn, Richard Anderson, and Steve Delgadio.
Randy Coburn, 609 South Grays Lane, Nampa. And I reviewed this application from Sunrock, and they reflect on the conditional use permit a year ago. And they're all but demanding that you have to allow them to have that conditional use permit again, based on the ordinance haven't changed. Well, what's changed is public sentiment and research and demand that they don't put their plant there. It's not a good place for their plant. That's what's changed, and the commission is there to protect the people they serve, which is the public. They say that the EPA or DEG would allow 2 pounds of pollutants into the air per acre. I live on a parcel that's about 3 acres. So that's 3 pounds of pollutants per hour, 72 pounds per day, and God only knows how much per year. That's too much. They'd have to hire a backhoe to come and dig me out at the end of the year. I mean, seriously, that's way too much for that neighborhood. And they have repeatedly say that they promise to live within the provisions that the FAA, the EPA, and the DEG provide, but they have constantly went against that. They've been fined hundreds of thousands of dollars for violations that they've committed on their promises. So trusting their promises to live within the bounds of that, I don't think we can do that. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Coburn. Next was Anderson. Hopefully this is the right one. That's kind of a common name.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for letting me put my 2 cents worth in. Water usage.
Name and address, sir, for the record, please.
Don Anderson.
Thank you.
34 South Ravine Way.
Todd Anderson?
Don.
Don.
Yeah.
Okay, not Richard. But that's okay. We'll let you keep going. Restart the timer, please.
Water usage. They're talking 156,000 gallons a day just to mix concrete. That's not talking, I used to drive a cement truck. That's 110 gallons of water per load that they're gonna have on that truck to clean out, to add water to the mix. You're looking at almost 200,000 gallons of water a day. Where's it coming from? And then, you know, Sunrock, they talked a good game about keeping things clean. It's impossible. Like I said, I worked in cement. And the particulates, the dust, it's going to be impossible for them to keep down. I'd like to know, in 5 to 10 years, who's going to be responsible for the medical bills of everybody that has respiratory issues?
Please.
Is it going to be the city? Is it going to be Sunrock? Who? It's just a lot of things that concern us, and we hope you listen to the public. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Delgadio. That's a cool last name, by the way.
Cool hat.
Actually, it's Esteban Ramon Juan Delgadillo Sandoval Padilla Corona. And you can call me Steve for this exercise. And thank you for the compliment. I live at 56 South Frontier Way in Nampa. And I'm here to provide, if I can, to the clerk about 88 signatures that are opposed to this project. And I just would like to see if I could submit them to the clerk.
Yep.
And it's actually a letter to Mayor Kling, so she can have that.
Okay,
So,
right there.
okay.
Yep, go ahead.
And briefly, all I have to say is that there's been a few hiccups with the company, and $425,000 is a pretty big hiccup. And I don't think it's a good thing for this project to continue. So, in part of that letter that we submitted to Mayor Kling, it's that in view of the history of the company's EPA violations and fines, as well as the lack of adequate research on impacts, we urge the City Council to vote against approval of this reference development, and we do not want this project in our residential community. I have asthma, I've had COVID, and that's, I don't need any more problems, and as far as the community, they don't need that either. So thank you for your time and your service and your consideration to eject this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Ross Barham on deck, Linda Carlisle, Craig Hansen.
Ross Barham, 3832 Whistling Heights Way, Nampa, Idaho. And to answer one of the questions that was brought up about the weight, the average concrete plant makes about 1 million cubic yards of concrete per year. That was from Google. With an average weight of a truck, or with each truck averages about 8 cubic yards per load, with an average weight, including truck, of 40,000 pounds. That's 125,000 trucks of concrete going out, or 250,000 round trips, or 5 billion pounds on the roads. Without a pit or gravel, that does not include all the aggregate that needs to be brought in, and the cement, and probably water that's going to have to be hauled in because they don't have enough water. With Victory Road, as rough as it already is, and Happy Valley and Kings would be a lot more in problem. And I believe that most of the trucks going to the south, because that's where most of the work is going to be in the development, they're going to be going up Grays, and Grays isn't built as sturdy as Victory was. There is also schools, which everybody knows about, and there would be a lot of traffic in the roundabouts that they'd have to go around. Truck traffic in and out. Particulate matters from the transfer of cement and additives mixture or materials to the silos would be, in the mixing of the sand and the concrete, would be blown out of the piles they'd have to have. There's a health risk in association with the exposure to the plant emissions. The risk of hospital emissions for cardiovascular and respiratory would be in great and is particularly with children. That is from www.sciencedirect.com. And how far away should you live from a plant? A medical doctor, Dr. Crawford, studied that an area within 5 miles of the plant would be in a high-risk danger zone, and 20 miles would be the danger zone. And that's from the CRC.
Time,
So,
Mr. Brown.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Linda Carlisle, 3704 East Kingsgate Drive. I'm in the Rolling Green subdivision, which our first house is 1,584 feet from the proposed site. My home is 2,640 feet, not 5 miles. It's a 0.5 of a mile. My brother has worked at G&B Ready Mix, another concrete plant, for over 30 years. And I'd like to talk about the actual trucks for a minute. I don't believe the trucks are going to be loaded inside the building, even if the aggregate and the concrete mix is. They have to load these trucks. One thing that they'll do is 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., when the trucks are all in line, and G&B currently only runs 28 trucks, and I know Sunrock is much bigger. 28 trucks will line up 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning, and a big horn goes off to alert the drivers because they're in there, they don't know when it's their turn, so they're going to listen for this big horn. Along with that, when you're loading a concrete truck, in order to get the mixture moving, you have to rev up that truck to get the barrel spinning so it drops the concrete. So along with horns, you're going to have revving of a bunch of big trucks. And we've already talked about the traffic on Victory Road, which is horrible. G&B Ready Mix does 6 to 8 times a delivery per truck, which is 168 to 224 trips a day. The end of this new subdivision, they're proposing 76 new homes that we haven't even talked about. That's also going to impact the traffic. Rolling Green subdivision at the end of Kingsgate. Thank you very much.
Yep, sorry. Thank you.
Craig Hansen. I live at 3809 Whistler Lane, which is about 5 blocks away from the proposed site. And what I want to speak to is kind of professional experiential. I've served 20 years in law enforcement. I was a Canyon County Commissioner for 4 years. And in that, I also worked with my father and my uncle doing concrete work as I was growing up and into my early 20s. So when I say professional experiential, I've dealt with it. Concrete is dirty, and there's no doubt about it. I always, when I came home from working, I took my clothes off basically out on the back porch or wherever so I didn't drag the dirt in. And that's just from when I was pouring concrete. I wasn't at a batch plant mixing it. So as far as the aspect of the things that I wanted to relate in my professional experiential is that as a county commissioner, we receive planning and zoning appeals from either applicants or those that objected to it. And one of them was a new rock quarry that wanted to be opened up out on Midway. And the situation was that there was current housing already established there, and the owner of the big plot of land that wanted to, or get the money out of it, worked to have that plant open up, or that rock quarry, which is dirty. And the point was that when you make a decision, it is objective, yes. There's findings of fact, conclusions of law that we have to abide by, but there's also the subjective part, because that's common sense. This is not a common sense location for this plant. There's multiple school buses that stop on all of these streets and in that area all the time, right in front of the address going up to Cajon or Cajun, whatever the name is at this point, and kids there, and so that's inappropriate. The other thing is that I also live close enough to that airport that there was a point when a plane circled around, was having problems, evidently clipped a power line guide wire and landed at the east end of the airport on its top. I was just en route with my family in my flip-flops and was able to jump the fence, pull the pilot back out of the way from the plane before it exploded. And so in all those categories, putting 73-foot towers there for the context of what's going to be happening. If a pilot has an issue, if a plane's malfunctioning, we've got a problem. So with all that, I guess my time is about done, but thank you for your consideration. And remember, you do have a subjective part, and it's common sense that you need to go with. This does not fit in a residential area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, next is Kurt Hensley, Tina DeBoer, and Benny Gouet.
Thank you, members of the board. I'm Kurt Hensley, 305 Buckskin Drive in Nampa, Idaho. I oppose this due to the fact that many things have been brought up are true. The well water on it would be the west side of Grays Lane. Most of the residents there have wells. This tremendous amount of water is going to draw down the aquifer. And you've got school buses, you've got kids there. The roads, as far as, like David said, I remember when I worked at the city, we condemned that road. It's a BST road. It's been chip sealed several times. It's shot. The trucks, I worked for Sunrock. I just retired from there a year and a half ago. You're talking a fleet of trucks that are coming in or to haul material in, powder wagons, and with all of that, they have to follow the rules, but they don't. They're 106,000 pounds per truck, and you've got 40 or 50 of them per hour, and they get probably 10 loads a day, and their only way is to come in on Victory or come down Amity and straight down Grays Lane, which is, that's all residential, and you got schools within there. You got parameters they have to be aware of for the heights of their piles because the dust particulates. We know that we got perfect weather. It's never going to blow anything, is it? You know, it's going to, we're going to get weather that's going to blow in the airport. It's going to blow on the neighbors. And it's just not conducive. And, you know, they have to follow the rules of MSHA. Anytime you do crushing, anytime you have conveyor belts, stackers to go so high, and also you also have the fact that equipment, trucks will come in there at 3 in the morning to load. That's not counting the loaders that are filling your bins. You know, powder wagons coming in, dropping that off. There's a lot of noise. And it's not like construction. They've got some going on Amity right now. We'll hear the buzzers, but about 5 o'clock, guess what? It quits. So I guess my time's up.
Your time's up. Yep.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I talk really, really fast. I have a lot to say, so hopefully you can understand everything I say. Tina and Gary DeBoer. Gary DeBoer is my husband. We live at 5925 East Victory Road. My husband was in the concrete business for 30 years, owned GB Ready Mix. He's out of town, couldn't be here. He wanted me to share some stats with you. The amount of water for 1 yard of concrete plus dust abatement cleanouts, he said you're looking at average 170,000 gallons of water a day that their permit would use. You're talking about 400 trucks a day, actually closer to 450 hauling concrete. Some jobs are small, some are big. Then you've got the aggregate being hauled in, a minimum, he said, of at least 250 trucks a day. Air pollution has been talked about. So I want to talk a little bit about roundabouts traffic on East Victory. I call East Victory superhighway. I'm calling the cops all the time, many of us do, to come out and write speeding tickets. When Sunrock says that they do not want to be detrimental to the welfare of the people who live in this community, I challenge you, and I challenge all of you, to put a lawn chair in my driveway on East Victory between those roundabouts and experience what we are experiencing on East Victory Road. And I'm not saying this to be mean, but you don't know the impact.
Yeah, ma'am,
our quality of life.
Address us.
Pardon? Okay.
Address us.
And I'm not mad. I'm just saying our quality of life with all of the development on East Victory, we've created an oasis in our backyard. I can't even be in my front yard. What is the long-term goal? You're going to get so much traffic out there. You're going to have to widen East Victory. Now you got eminent domain. That terrifies me. At some point, are they going to come in and take or cut out some of our property and diminish my property value? Because right now, East Victory truly is a superhighway. I challenge people to come and sit there. The other thing that I wanted to discuss, and I'm probably getting close to time, right?
20 seconds.
Pardon?
20 seconds.
20 seconds, okay, is that we cannot turn left into our driveway from East Victory without fear of accidents. People are driving, they're passing us on both sections. So we come out of that roundabout at Robinson to turn into our driveway to go left. Literally every time we have to stop, look in our mirror, turn the signal on way early, and pray to God some maniac who wants to drive it at 60 miles an hour does not go around to pass us, and we have an accident situation. Time? Okay,
Yep, that's
thank you.
time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is
No clapping.
Margaret Elway.
Hold on, wait, just a minute. We'll just give you a little time to
Yep, we're
clear out.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hold the mic down close to you.
yeah.
My name is Bernadette Elway, and I live at 6005 East Victory Road. And regarding to the superhighway, I was a victim. My husband and I were turning into our driveway. We had the garage door up. Our car was totaled, and the man that ran through, he went around the roundabout, swung out, went around a truck and trailer, and did not see us turning. And so our car was totaled right in our driveway. How many people experience that? And with this extra traffic and trucks, I don't know what it's going to do. But anyway, I'm upset, so she'll take my last minute.
And basically, I also wanted to say we're at a place now out there where we cannot walk our dogs. We cannot take walks
You
and
can't-
bicycles.
You can't speak again, I'm sorry.
Okay, she was having me finish hers because she was scared. She just asked me to finish hers. But anyway, thank you so much.
Okay, sorry, thank you. All right. Next three, Madam Clerk.
Kirk Staglitz, Susan Brown, Garoon Page.
Stein, what? If your name was called, come on up.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm Gordon Page. I'm with the Spirit of Flight at 205 North Plattis Lane over here at the Nampa Airport. I run and the president and the founder of the Spirit of Flight Foundation. Museum's new. We brought it up from Colorado, relocated here because of the charm of the Nampa Airport and the community. We brought over $1 million worth of artifacts, 3,500 of those, 15 airplanes. A lot of them are rare, one of a kind. 6 are not in the Smithsonian. So what concerns us is the caustic properties of the concrete dust. We have dust already over there from the 30-mile-an-hour winds and just the general environment that's over there. We have a tight new building, but we're terrified about the potential risk of loss of these rare artifacts that we have in our collection that are a gem to the community and to encourage the next generation to become involved in aviation history. And as a pilot, I'm going to express the same thing a lot of these other guys have too, especially in IMC or fog or some of these low visibility days that we take off and flying a multi-engine airplane, we lose an engine. It's possible can go towards these towers and terrifies me. I can't even believe you guys are even considering something that's got 80-foot towers in there. But again, the most important thing to us is safety of the community. I see these kids every day getting off the school bus, and you got 400 or 500 new trucks coming through there, and these little guys they're not going to see these little kids run around that neighborhood. I'm really concerned about that as far as the kids' safety, and like Warhawk too. You know, we made this great investment into the community with our museum collection, and we don't think that we could possibly bring in some of these guys that have these rare aircraft and visitors, celebrities, and those types of people to the community if we have this type of risk. So I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Page.
Next is John Flanagan. On deck, Marcia Kinsley, Thomas Cox.
Hello there, my name is John Flanagan. I live at 803 North Gray Pebble Way in Eagle. And I hang on my airplane at Nampa. It's been a privilege to fly out of Nampa. I came from an area, another state that did not have the kind of desire and respect for it flying the way Idaho does. I've been a professional pilot for 4 years. I was a carrier pilot in the Navy. And I'll tell you, when I heard that they were building this plant on the airport site, common sense did not make sense to me at that moment in time. I'll give you a great example that has not been discussed, wind shear. Nobody's talking about wind shear. I don't know what the profile of the plants are, but I know 80-foot towers, when the winds come up, are going to create turbulence, and they're going to create different air speeds for airplanes, which you are going to create a safety hazard. If you haven't done a study on that yet, I would urge that to happen, because you're setting the airport up right now. And the poor residents that are living around it, it's a jewel. It's been called a jewel in Nampa. Don't let that go away. I urge you not to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody said what I had to say. Marcia Kinsella.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Right. Next on the list, I had Cox, if you're out there. If not, we'll keep going.
Next, Jack Garrett, Bill Beveridge, Greg West.
Garrett, Beveridge, West.
I'm West.
Come on up, Mr. West.
All right. Thank you, Commission, for giving us this opportunity to speak. I'm not going to...
Name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Craig West, 313 Buckskin Drive. Live off of Gray's Lane. So I'm not going to repeat what everybody said, but the traffic is concerned. It might be my fault, but I haven't seen how many extra vehicles we're going to have into this plant. My big concern is Gray's Lane. We've had this problem before in discussions with you and the council. We have increased development. Gray's Lane's getting a mess. It's hard enough as it is for those people in the subdivisions to get out onto Victory. Almost had an accident yesterday trying to get out onto Victory because somebody was flying. Getting out from Gray's Lane to Amity is a joke, and I'm not talking drive time. Today, coming down here, 5:45, a gal was trying to turn left from Amity onto Gray's, probably 15, 20 cars behind her waiting. Okay, the city hasn't kept up with the infrastructure. Now we're looking at heavy truck traffic. Years ago, in another life, I used to run drivers. It was not heavy truck. Drivers are like water. They're going to find the easiest path of resistance. Gray's Lane shoots straight out. They don't have to go around the roundabouts if they're going south. They can go right down Gray's Lane. People are walking. People are walking their dogs. You got kids. You got school buses. That's my point. Everybody said everything about the environment, but I'm looking at Gray's Lane and thinking, God, we're just going to make a bigger mess. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. West. Garrett or Beveridge?
My name is Bill Beveridge, and I live at 200 South Buttercup Court in the Meadows at Park Ridge subdivision. I'm the president of the HOA. We have 294 homes in that subdivision, and I come here this evening to represent them and the board. Everybody I've talked to have major concerns about this project. As everybody stated here that's come up here, talked about the traffic issues. We have roundabouts that are sketchy now. Grace Lane comes down in an intersection to Victory. There's a blind spot there. It's hard to see. That subdivision is surrounded by subdivisions. It's a kid zone. Might be light industrial by the airport. By the way, it is an airport. I'm a pilot. 80-foot towers? Are you serious? The weather, the wind? Come on. And it got approved the first time. My community asks you to have the courage to say no the second time. Thank you.
All right.
Connie Sharp, Tammy Allen, Juan Zabala,
Going up.
Good evening. My name is Juan Zavala. My address is 2950 North McDermott Road, Cuna.
Bring that mic up a little bit. Thanks.
Okay. Currently, I'm a student attending Columbia High School, and I'm against and allowing the development and the operation of Sun Concrete's batch cement plant. A lot of my topics were covered, but I would like to bring in some key points or some few points, such as the list of schools that will be affected. It says Endeavor Elementary, Park Ridge Elementary, Columbia High School, which are the closest and roughly 1 mile close to the cement plant. Another thing to bring up is that adults will not be the only ones to be affected. Children and infants will also be affected by the pollutions that the cement plant will release, such as the dust. Also, another thing to bring up is the respiratory conditions that could occur due to the dust. According to the National Institute of Health and the United States Environmental Protection, being exposed to cement dust can damage lung tissue, can aggravate people's existing conditions such as respiratory and cardiovascular. Also can cause inflammatory damage to the organs due to over time to the exposure of cement dust. And another thing, and I want to talk about on Sun Rock's statement about improving the community and helping the development, I would like to say at what cost? At what cost in the health of our community and the cost of our Warhawk Air Museum. This is why I believe we should deny and not allow to pass the movement to build Sun Rock's on cement plant.
Okay. Thank you. Very good. Good job.
Apologies.
Come on up. Ms. Sharp, I presume. Yep.
I'm Connie Sharp at 3 North Kings Road. Excuse me. I've never done this before. I am concerned about the quality of the air because I do have COPD and for my great-grandchildren. I actually live right in Kings Road and Victory's Roundabout, and I live right there. There is so much noise with all of the trucks, trailers. I welcome all of you to come sit in my living room and see what I put up with on a daily basis. And if we had 300-400 more trucks coming through there, I don't know how you can live there anymore. It's unbearable for just the people drive crazy. It's not just Victory, it's Kings Road. I have asked the city to put even up 20-mile-an-hour signs to slow the traffic down because they haul ass through there. They don't care. And I've seen numerous accidents. Some accidents, the police aren't even citing them for it. It's bad. And with more traffic and with these trucks, I can't see it happening. That's all I gotta say. I just hope they will not be able to have this planned.
Okay. Thank you. Good job. Okay. We got Alan, unless not here, and we'll keep going.
Did you say Christopher Allen or?
Tammy Allen.
Tammy.
Could be.
Great.
Next up is Matt Lara, Don Larson, Troy Pett.
I'm Matt Lara, 94 South Greenscape Lane in Nampa.
I'm not sure if this body's to blame or it's the city council's body or the city council to blame for the city's love infatuation of roundabouts, but I think it might be our saving grace in this situation. If you have no improvement plans for Victory, where you're going to expand that road to be more than a two-lane road, and you're not going to do anything to Happy Valley Road, I see no point in going further in this. It's only going to make things worse. I'd ask you all to drive up Happy Valley at 6 o'clock in the morning to try to get to the freeway, or come back into town in the afternoon. I don't think that this city has done a very good job with planning with the growth that we have. We have a traffic problem here, and this is going to make things even worse. If we're to talk about the health effects too, I won't repeat everything else, but just north of the airport, we have one of the last mobile home parks left in this area that are filled with probably the most vulnerable people in our community that I don't think should be subjected to this just as much as anybody else that's below us. Aaron Brockovich was able to get $330 million settlement. If we adjust that for $24, that's about $600 million. So if Sunrock wants to put that into a fund to pay for our health, then I might be a little bit more interested in it. But until that happens, I ask you to not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Don Larson. I live at 24 South Jerem Lane. My driveway is 400 yards from the entrance that Sunrock will be using. Part of the reason maybe a bunch of people weren't here the first time is we were never notified. I would think an industrial facility like this, we would have been notified. My grandchildren live next door. They actually catch the bus right on Victory Road. The bus stops on Victory Road, cars back up, and if you're going to put additional trucks on it, that's a concern for me. And lastly, two of my grandkids who live there have asthma. My daughter believes that those kids should be outside. They don't own an iPad or any sort of handheld device. She believes they need to be outside, which they are. And with asthma, it's my concern that this will be detrimental to them. And then if I could have my daughter finish up for me, she wanted to speak, but she had to work.
Kimberly Richardson at 1394 South Wampum Way in Meridian, but I currently own property at 0 East Victory Road. My husband, and we're proud of it, is a retired Air Force fighter pilot. He retired 2 years ago. He's never had the luxury of deciding where he gets to live because the Air Force has decided where we go as a family for the last 20 years. And when he retired, we proudly bought that land and we plan to live there and raise our family. We've been in hot debate with city planning and zoning for the last 2 years trying to build our forever home. We have spent countless amounts of money as single citizens trying to build one property on our 3 acres across from this plant, and it took you guys less than a year to approve a giant, massive plant, and we cannot build our single family home to raise our family after serving our country. I'm a nurse at St. Luke's. I serve everybody in this community. We deserve a little bit more respect, and I hope that you understand that.
Thank you.
My name is Troy Pett, and I live at 93 South Bluebonnet Way. I think about this a lot more in economics terms, and also just an observation is when Sunrock was presenting, it sounded like they were near Boise Airport. That's about 3 miles away when I Googled it. So I doubt Boise Airport would let them in the proximity that they're talking about at our Nampa Airport. So who's going to pay for all that additional time that we'll have to wait trying to get out of our subdivisions due to the additional truck traffic? And who's going to pay for us having to replace additional air filters and our air ducts cleaning and stuff like that due to the particulates in the air? And who's going to pay for that additional time because we can't walk in our neighborhoods due to the additional dust and everything? And who's going to pay for the decrease in the property values that we've built our homes and anticipated and invested our livings in? And, if the answer to any of these is us as a community, then I would say deny this permit for this concrete plant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Peter Kong, Ray Booz, Will Tiedemann,
Come on up.
My name is Peter Kong, 4022 East Iris Court. My family's home is half a mile south of Nampa Airport. Concrete production and processing releases particulates into the air that are hazardous to humans. In 2017, a NIH published study found a higher incidence of lung cancer, salivary gland cancer, and larynx cancer among a population of 350,000 people living within 3 kilometers of cement plants. The confidence interval on that statistic is 95%. And of course, numerous other studies yield similar conclusions. We are extremely disappointed that Sunrock is even considering putting their concrete plant within a stone's throw of where children play and are dropped off from school. I'd like to remind you all that Sunrock already has a history of violating environmental law, specifically the Clean Water Act in the Treasure Valley. I ask you all to prioritize Nampa's humans over Nampa's concrete. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, sir. If you were one of the 3 that was just called. Okay.
Ray Booz, 2017 South Secretariat, Nampa. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here, and I will say the representative from Sunrock, when he first mentioned why they wanted to build this here, it was because all the development and the need for this material. That's exactly why we don't need it in the middle of the city, because it's growing so much. It's an absolutely wrong place to put that. Just off of south of Amity and west of Happy Valley, there's a development going in there that by the time that's finished will be over 2,000 people additionally living there, approximately a mile or so south of this plant. So he also couldn't answer or didn't feel like answering the question why there's so many people here today. You look around, everyone here feels the need to be here personally make sure that you people understand that we do not want this. This is absolutely the wrong place to put that for all the reasons that everyone else has brought up about health and other things like that. So thank you for your time, and really, absolutely, this is on you all to say no.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Next is Dean Johnson, Madeline Hubbard, Ruth DeHaven.
If you're one of the 3 called, come on up.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Madeline Hubbard, and I live at 67 North Happy Valley Road. That is right across the runway from the proposed site. I just wanted to piggyback on what everybody has said about traffic. Happy Valley Road is got so much traffic on it, and there is so much noise. I can't imagine the noise and the traffic from the trucks. And being right across the runway from the proposed site, the dust, I'm really concerned about health effects of the dust. And I would just urge you to not approve the conditional use permit for this cement factory. It just seems like it's right in the middle of all kinds of residential. My question also is if they have a plant in Caldwell and also in Boise, why would they need one in Nampa? Like, why not, if they need the additional capacity, expand those plants in those areas? So I wonder why they wouldn't go ahead and do something like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ruth DeHaven. I live at 224 South Buttercup Court, which is just a half a block off of Grace Lane. And I don't want to share what everybody else has already shared because I have a lot of concerns about the traffic on Grace Lane and East Victory. But I am asking you to please deny this permit. I have asthma and heart conditions, and I have young grandchildren who spend a lot of time at my house, and we try to spend our time outside, working in my flower beds and vegetable garden. And I can't have them out there if we have that kind of thing. My son-in-law is a health and safety scientist. He works at Pacific Northwest National Laboratories in Richland, Washington. He was here a few weeks ago when we first found out about this, and he has great concerns about the particulate matter and the heavy metals that would be coming from this. If they want to build a plant like this in our area, go out by the landfill or someplace in the desert where it's not going to affect community members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Dennis Parker, Garrett Nelson, and then Matthew Conde.
Are we allowed to address the Sunrock guys?
No.
No, we can't ask a question?
You can ask a question to us, and we can try to I'm writing down pages of questions.
My name is Garrett Nelson, and I live at 819 South Florence, Nampa, about a couple miles away. I'm just so stoked to see Nampa rising up. It's pretty cool. Everybody's coming together, and I think it was kind of a sham that nobody knew about it. But I think they had it with this. It's just out of line. You trying to put this near a bunch of school children and kids. And I'm with the pilots. I was going to ask them if they've had any crashes or any problems putting their smokestacks next to airports, and it was going to be a yes. There was an N928 JP crash into smokestacks in Burley, Idaho. Pretty much same situation. So I'm sure you can ask them, but there's a Cessna plane that crashed into the smokestacks in 2022. And I don't know, I just wonder why you guys are trying to repeat history if you know that it's an issue, or why they're trying to repeat history. They know it's an issue. And thank you for taking all these comments and putting in this extra work. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dennis Parker, 2916 East Locust Lane. And I just had two things to say. The permit scope for the EDQ did not, they're required to put all the sources of the toxic dust in their report before they make an approval. Well, Aaron over there did not, in their application, they left out your application for the CUP. You clearly state the last line of your letter, the haulback of concrete storage on site and crushed when needed. So that when you crush concrete that's brought back to the site, pour it on the ground, let it harden, and then you bring a crusher in, you crush it. You create about 10 or 50 times more dust than all 4 of the other processes that they listed. So you were asked to put that in, and it put right in there to include in their application for the CUP, but in the DEQ application for construction permit, they deleted it. They did not add it, and they told the DEQ that they were going to apply for a new application for the crushing process at a later time. So the DEQ approved their process without the crushing and put that approval in your file, and you're approving the crushing in the CUP. So you got one concrete plant and you got 2 different applications. One has the crushing of cement and one does not. So I think that alone you cannot, without knowing what that toxic dust would be from the crushing, without that calculation by the DEQ to be added to your volume, I just don't think it can do it, because the law says that all sources that create this toxic dust must be individually calculated and then combined to get the total to see if you're under the 3.3%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commission, my name is Matthew Condi, 4110 East Roan Meadow Court, here against this. And, you know, one of the things that's been brought up, but I think it's important to say, no commission can dictate to a future commission what they should decide. If that were true, we wouldn't be here making a decision today. So you're not bound by something that happened a year ago, 2 years ago, even if you were the ones who did it, because new information comes along and things change. So you're not bound by that, clearly. One of the things to point out, a lot of people will talk to a realtor when they're looking for a home and say, is it near a school? Very few will ask, is it near a concrete plant? And one of the reasons for that is that most people don't aspire to live near a concrete plant. And so most people don't want to see the property values that they're going to suffer from that. So let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say that you have a $300,000 house. The concrete plant causes 1% loss. That's $3,000. So if I came to you and said, I'm taking up a collection, I'd like you to give me $3,000 to build a concrete plant next to you, how quickly would you laugh me off of your porch? How quickly would you chase me down the street? Because you don't, it would be ludicrous. We use in case law the reasonable man standard. The reasonable man standard is what would a reasonable person do in this situation. So let's say that you have a neighbor that's making a lot of noise day and night, kicking up dust in the air. You go to him, you talk to him, you say, not only am I going to continue to do it, the city said it was okay. What would you feel like? How would you feel? Somebody got a special permission to be a nuisance to you permanently. And so you're talking about people besieged. You're talking about people trying to then desperately sell off property. You have the potential for people to not want to reinvest in remodeling their homes. Pretty soon you have a rundown neighborhood. You have a death spiral, and things start getting worse and worse and worse. So this is something we got to fight.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm verifying the list, making sure that the people that are showing aren't the ones that we called and did not show.
Okay. Hold on. Hold, yeah. I'll give everybody the opportunity once we're through the initial list. And no, you can't go again.
If you change your name. Forgot some things.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to call the names. Dinah Brewer. Dina Spracklin. Kim Taylor. J.C. Taylor. Kurt Stieglitz.
Susan Brown. And then Marcia said she didn't want to talk. Thomas Cox. Jack Garrett. Tammy Allen.
Okay.
Will Tiedman. Dean Johnson. And that's everybody on the list.
Okay, if you heard your name and you haven't spoken yet, and you're on the list, please come up right away. Hold on. Yes, sir, come on up. Were you on the list that was just called? Yes. All right, cool, excellent. And then we're going to get to everybody else. I'll take those that aren't on the list. We'll ask if anybody else would like to speak. So you'll get. Oh, okay. Okay, well,
We have
we'll
an
make sure.
error in the system.
Okay, we'll make sure and get everybody.
That's why
Don't
I
worry
was
about
going
it.
through.
We'll make sure and get everyone. Okay? All right, yes, sir, come on up. Name and address.
I live at 325 Buckskin Drive,
Sorry,
Idaho.
hold on. Keep quiet back there, please. Pull that mic up a little bit and slow down, restate your,
Ambient noise. That's
yeah, name and address, and then,
Dean Johnson, I live at 325 Buckskin Drive, Napa, Idaho.
okay.
Sounds like a lot of talk. We went through a lot of talking here. We know the issues about the proposed concrete plant. And I just want to say, I moved to Napa in 1992. My neighborhood was out of the city of Napa. City of Napa annexed me. And that was probably 20 years ago. And I was kind of upset about getting annexed, paying more property tax. But I thought, the city's going to protect me. They're going to do the right thing for planning and zoning and do the right thing for the community. And I hope you guys will. I've been paying taxes, and most of these people have been paying property taxes in the state, in the city of Napa. And I love this city, and a concrete plant going in there is going to decrease my property values, and it may just force me to move. It's not the right project for this area. And thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So, Rodney, we obviously have a lot of people that would like to speak that had signed up, but we don't have their name. How do you want to proceed? Or is that my decision?
That is your decision.
So you get the big bucks.
But maybe an orderly way to just say anybody between last name A through whatever. I don't know. You don't want everybody coming up all at once, and so however orderly you can come up with.
Yeah.
Or by row or something like that.
By row is good.
You've got some people out in the foyer though, so you may want to address that as well.
B's, C's, that way people out there can come in.
Yeah.
You're the boss.
Let's go ahead and, the problem is if you range it, there might be a ton of
We'll
people.
just do one letter at a time.
So let's go ahead and let's start with the first row. Anybody in the first row that would like to speak that hasn't had the opportunity to? Yes, sir, red hat. And then Miss, you can come up behind him and stand in the aisle there. Right there is fine, whatever. But just please state your name and address.
Justin Harrison, 3612 East Rolling Green Place. My house is in that subdivision in that map, and I am the president of our HOA. I had no information prior to this ever until I heard from my neighbors that were walking. I'm also on the Airport Advisory Commission for Caldwell, a pilot, and I have crashed my plane on an airport, very near the airport, that it would not have been good if I had to avoid large buildings. I was able to put it in a field and survive and walk away, totaled the plane, but got out of it, so it was a great landing.
That's good news.
The wind blows consistently in Napa, 7 to 15 knots. Aubrey can attest to that. She's got this chart. She is on the Napa Airport Advisory Committee.
Hold on one second. Do we want the clerk to, well, you've already spoken though. Okay.
I want my 20 seconds back.
That's good. Yeah, go ahead.
We can hear across all the cows, Gale Manufacturing, banging steel around. It comes right in our kitchen window every day. The noise of those trucks cannot be mitigated because of the slope of that hillside. There's no way you could put piles big enough to get that noise out of there. I work right near 2 batch plants. The dust from the piles is as big a factor as anything they mix. Okay, they're going to have to pile aggregates and move it constantly with loaders. It is never going to stop blowing shit around. Excuse me.
Okay.
Anyway, one question for everybody here. One of the things, there's 20 acres of apartments and 76 new homes going in right there, as you guys well know. And is there anyone here that is actually for this? Well, it's for everybody.
Yep.
Right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I would like to say that the city should have at least advised the airport in person, not with whatever email, because I go to the advisory committees, no one knew of this until just recently, and it's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, miss, state your name and address for the record, please. Yep.
My name is Vicki McMinn Coburn. I live at 609 South Grays Lane, Nampa, Idaho. I have some questions. On the application for the original CUD, why did the applicant state rural agricultural area with 1,200 homes, 3 schools, and the Aviation Museum, which is a diamond in Nampa's necklace? Why was that not included? Why did the applicant, oh, wait a minute. Will the applicant widen Victory, Grays Lane, and Kings Road to accommodate the increased traffic and weight on the roads? Also, will there be a maintenance contract for them to maintain the roads? Also, will they be picking up the poop that the concrete makes on the roads? Will the applicant be responsible for curb gutter sidewalks on North Victory and culverting Mason Creek? How will the applicant reconcile item 1025 4A5 regarding dust and particulate on the airplanes, runways, hangars, etc.? What are the hours of operation regarding the semi-trucks, bringing in the aggregate, mixing products, concrete, recycle, crushing noise? Where will the access for the plant be? Are they going to keep on going down that little dirt road? Are they going to pave it? Are they going to widen it? Are they going to put in turn lanes? Will any applicant management be purchasing any homes in our area? Will the applicant reimburse our neighborhood for reduced property values? I do not believe the applicant will be a good neighbor to us, and I hope you deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's first row. Anybody in the second row like to come up and speak? Oh, that's okay. Come on up. First row, you can come too.
Just a real quick thing.
Hold on.
Oh,
Just-
whoops, sorry. No, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Go ahead. Step in front of the mic and give us your name and address.
My name is Chris
Pull
Torgerson.
the mic up a little bit.
Okay, it's
Okay.
Chris Torgerson.
Thank
I
you.
live at 3520 Park Ridge Drive. I just want to say Park Ridge is also a very busy street, and used a lot as a shortcut. It's right, a school is right on Park Ridge, and so my concern is, of course, it's tempted to be used as a shortcut, and with the possibility of trucks using it, and it's kind of dangerous as it is with the school right there, and a park, actually. There's actually a park right there too, so that's all.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Christina Andrews, and I live at 52 North Kings. with my husband Eric. Everybody here has brought up traffic, and kids being dropped off and picked up by buses. But one thing that hasn't been said, there are 3 schools that are in this vicinity of this plant, all within a mile and a half of it. Now, it's a proven fact that the pollution from this plant will have at least an effect of a 5-mile radius by the research I've done. That is going to affect every year a little over 15,000 students between the high school and the 2 elementaries that are in this. That's not one year, that's every year. These are our children that we're bringing up with this pollution, polluting their lungs, changing their body DNA, maybe cancer. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. Is Sunrock going to be putting funds into a bank account somewhere to cover when they're dying from what they've polluted them with? My concerns for the future, and those kids are our future. They're Nampa's future. So I just would like to see that be addressed.
Thank you. All right, anybody else in the second row? Either side of the room? Yes, ma'am, come on up. Did you already speak?
Oh, that was.
Not on this one.
Oh, you can speak again, yeah.
That's right.
Sorry, it's been a long amount of time. But you can speak again because it's a different subject,
Well,
yes.
My degree is in urban planning, so I listen very carefully.
Good.
My name is still Cindy Allen. I live at 232 Buckskin Drive, and I have 2 things that I would like to bring up. I'm waiting.
I got you.
One, where is all of the water going to come from to do this? Because they're giving all kinds of gallons and whatever. But we're on a well, many of us, my neighbors here, we are all on a well. The other man addressed it. And when they put in the subdivision next to us, it dropped our water table so far that our trees in our backyard died. And if we have to figure out how to come up with the water for these issues, then we're going to have even less water. They're not going to truck in the water too. So that's one thing. Another thing is, this is really causing a lot of dissension in our neighborhood. You can tell that. I mean, we're really amiable people. I can't look at them. We're very nice. We are very amiable people. And we've been kind of petted here, and they're treating us like a puppy. Like if they say nice things to us, we'll just nod our head and fetch the ball. But we're not dumb people. I mean, you know, I've traveled all through Europe. I speak, read, and write 3 languages. I mean, I live here because I want to, not because I can't get out. And the rest of us that are here are the same way, and we need to be treated with the thought that they think that we're intelligent. And I just don't like to be petted and treated like I'm just somebody's puppy. I need to be respected and treated with dignity, and we all do that, and we all do. And that's it.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Any more in the second row? Okay.
I've decided to speak. My name is Sydney Holgreen. I live at 204 South Buttercup. So right here along the way, it looks like there's a waterway, like there's a little
The ditch?
trench, right?
The ditch, Mason Creek.
Ditch, okay. Is that where the water's going to end up?
No.
Okay, so how are they going to take
We
the
can ask
water
the engineer,
out?
but-
It's not just going to absorb into the land? Because if it absorbs into the land, it's just going to ooze there and be much worse. And thank you to everybody that brought up my other points, but I'm concerned about the water exiting. They're going to spray out their trucks, do everything they need to do, and where's it go? Thank you.
I know the answer, but I'll let engineering answer it later.
Okay.
Anybody else, second row? Okay, next row, third row. Anybody that has not spoken that would like to speak, now is your time.
Hi.
Hello.
My name's Patty Evans, 3616 East Rolling Green Place. I live at Ground Zero. I'm in the little neighborhood right there on the corner, and I'm very concerned about this, and especially with health issues, because I myself am prone to lung things, and I think that if I asked everybody in the room who had either respiratory issues or cardiovascular issues to stand up, I would like for you to see who they are, look in their face. I'd like for Sunrock to look at them. Stand up if you have these issues. If you have small children in your home, stand up. They are also affected. And I am, what?
Sit down.
All these people will be affected with health issues based on Sunrock moving into this area. I also strive to grow my own food in my garden. I have chickens that free range. My chickens will eat whatever this concrete dust has in it. They put it in their eggs, and then I will eat it. I don't want to do that. I try hard not to eat junk. I also want you to know that concrete industry is the third leading pollution source in the world, and this is a bad thing for us. Nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, all of these things are linked to health issues and can stunt the lung development of small children and create problems with organs and tissues in your body. Also, particulate matters reduce to lung cancer, bronchitis, asthma, heart disease, and things like that. I'm sure Sunrock, many of you had received these flyers. They papered our neighborhood last weekend with these little fancy flyers, smiling people saying they're going to take care of it. But basically, if they're using a bag filter, then they're going to be like vacuuming a house if it's not maintained with a full vacuum bag. And we keep asking y'all to deny this permit. But what we really need to do is ask them to respectfully withdraw their application.
Amen. Thank you. Okay. Next. Were you in the third row? I'm kidding.
You said come up
I'm
with
kidding.
whoever. Come on, give me a break on this one, man.
I'm kidding. Go ahead.
My name is Christopher Scott Allen. I live at 3807 East Kingsgate Avenue, right off Grays Lane. The first thing I want to say is everybody's pretty much covered it. Oh, wait, my first thing was thank you to all the veterans that showed up tonight. The first thing is the infrastructure. You know what it's going to do. You guys all been around this. We're not idiots. Those trucks, to answer Steve's Kahoe, I don't know. Those trucks weigh 50,000 pounds coming in empty. They're going out, they're permitted on a super dump to weigh 90 to 100,000, depending on their permit, on a super dump that can haul 25 yards. Do the math, 2,000 tons a yard. We got to use our common sense, guys. I mean, you guys are great people. We can do this. This is the community right here. This isn't them. They're not even from here. They're from Utah. And they'll pencil whip everything they can do. Trust me, because I worked for them.
Okay,
And other than that, I'm not going to waste any more of your time, but I appreciate all you guys. I mean, let's make the right choice here. These are your people here that we come to support you. Let's do it. Let's do the right thing. That's all I got to say, bud.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
Hello, my name is Glenn Morgan, and I live at 3616 East Rolling Green Place. Most of the time I'm in the doghouse in the back behind Patty. But the reason I wanted to come up here and tell you, I'm a retired real estate appraiser, 25 years, certified residential appraiser, and I can tell you that this concrete plant would definitely impact the values of the property in the area. So aside from that, I want to make sure that people understand the enormity of the traffic that this plant could produce. Now, in the proposal, they've been authorized to produce 4,000 yards of mixed concrete per day. That's a lot of concrete. Now, do you know how many trucks it would take to move that? So a 10-yard dump would require 400 trucks per day, okay, on a 10-yard truck. Now that's 400 in and 400 out if they produce 4,000 yards a day. That's 800 trucks a day just in delivery, not to mention the supply trucks. The supply trucks would probably be another 133 trucks in and 133 trucks out. So another 266 trucks, add that to the 800, and what do you got? You got over 1,000 trucks per day in that area. I don't know if people realized how serious a number of trucks that would be for 4,000 yards. Now, in addition to that, the city has, if I'm not mistaken, in order to approve this proposal, the city has to do a traffic study on any number of vehicles over 1,000 per day. Okay? So that means you guys are required to force them to produce or to have a traffic study for the number of vehicles that are going to cross that point on Victory Road. So that's what I had to say.
Thank you. Okay, next. I know. We'll go back to the rows in a minute.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Powell. I live at 2627 East Spicewood Ave in Nampa, Idaho, 83687. First off, I would like to thank all of you for your service, and I'm just grateful that I am a proud citizen of the United States of America and a citizen of Nampa, Idaho, where I love the fact that we can come together and speak publicly in a forum like this, and everyone has their 2 cents to put in. And I believe that this really boils down to, and my engineering background makes me want to look at this as a cost-benefit analysis. Let's look at this analytically, okay? What are the benefits, what are the costs? And there's obviously some benefits to this, okay? The Sunrock people can obviously tell you that. There are benefits here, tax benefits, other, all kinds of stuff. But at the same time, what cost? When the cost comes down on public health, the community, the health, the traffic, just all of these detrimental things that have been brought up in ad nauseum, I'm not going to bring it up again. It's painfully obvious that the public, the community are really not too happy about this. They don't want this here. I believe the community would be willing to compromise, and if we could just work together, find some type of compromise solution, find them another location that's going to be more acceptable to everybody.
Quiet.
Thank you.
Quiet, please. Thank you, sir. Okay, third row. Anybody else in the third row? All right, let's go to the fourth row. If you have not spoken, come on up. And if we can do like 2 or 3 behind so we keep this moving, that'd be great. Just kind of stand if you can.
I'm Melody McCann. I live at 2008 West Camelot Drive, which is clear on the other side of town, but we've heard a lot about the health issues associated with this new proposed plant. Now, I have family that live within a healthy stone's throw of this site. I have friends that live there as well. I work every day on Garrity, which is within a mile of this plant, on the other side of the airport. Truth told, there's probably not too many people in Nampa that don't have some close association with this suggested site, and so this issue should be a priority to Nampa. But let's step away from the physical well-being of your constituents for just a moment and look at surrounding communities and opportunities that you might have. Boise, with a lively downtown, continual entertainment, and high-end retail and businesses, are now building the 26-story luxury apartment and retail tower, another jewel in an ever-expanding crown. Meridian, hosting a progressive village shopping and residential area, is also going to house The Development, a 260-acre retail, entertainment, and residential area right off of I-84. Caldwell, who can argue that they have changed the face of their small city? It is encouraged not only a delightful downtown hosting ice skating and fabulous lights at Christmas and summer concerts and farmer markets and more in the summer. And they've done so in a safe, well-thought-out area comfortable for all ages. And now Nampa. We have 3 institutions of higher learning within the city confines, but do we encourage our citizens to attend these schools to expand their minds beyond our traditional ultra-conservative blue-collar values? Do we encourage upscale retail to move into a sad retail space next to the empty theater by our eastbound I-84 exit? No. We stick to what we sadly know and invite a cement factory to move right into town, into a spot that could be well used for other uses instead. That's Nampa's idea of progress. We encourage you to vote no on this proposal.
No clapping. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Kim Erb. I live at 3705 East Kingsgate Drive, approximately a third of a mile from this site. A lot of people have said most of what I'd like to say tonight, but I'm going to still touch on a few of the points that concern me the most. One is looking at the staff analysis. I'm going to read this. The subject property is in an industrial area with a mix of industrial-type uses and ag land. The Nampa Airport is the northern adjacent property and is the predominant use in the area. Just across the street just across Victory from this, it's entirely residential. It's residential all the way to Amity. So I was appalled when I read this, that the residential was completely ignored. And I find that completely unacceptable. If I were you, I would be looking at this going, why was that written? Why is there nothing about residential? I'm concerned about the pollutants that it would emit. I have chickens. I have a vegetable garden, and we grow those because we want to have control over what we eat. We don't let our chickens have anything that is not entirely healthy. We don't put anything in that part of our yard that would hurt them. Same with our vegetables. We're really careful. I don't want them consuming pollutants that are going to be falling from the air into my yard. The road and traffic impacts, I encourage each one of you to go park on Victory if you can find a place to park on Victory and walk this stretch. I've walked it many times. The thought of having these concrete trucks going up and down Victory is terrifying. I don't think any of the property owners on Victory should have to worry about having their property taken to widen Victory, but you've got Mason Creek on one side, and you've got properties on the other. It's very, very tiny shoulder. It's dangerous to walk. You have somebody ride a bike, it's dangerous now. If you put these trucks there, it's going to be unacceptable. My time's up?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gaynell Lemon, 5904 Airport Road, Nampa. I didn't prepare anything tonight. I came to listen, and boy, am I impressed. I just can't believe the people here. We retired here 6 years ago from just south of Yosemite National Park. It wasn't the mountains, but at least it was agriculture was. And we know the kind of growth that has come to the whole Treasure Valley, and it's God's treasure. This is a treasure of a valley, and Nampa is the heart of that treasure. And so I just, I ask of you to sincerely, which I know you already are, watching everyone, hearing everyone's comments, and we can't necessarily bring back what was, but we can move forward. And I know it has a lot to do with money, And I just pray and hope that you will make an outstanding decision for your community, because that's why you're here. I know that's why. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Kevin Ford. My wife Cynthia and I live at 61 South Norcrest Ave. We're off of Grays Lane, probably about pretty close to ground zero. We help oversee a worldwide group of ministries based in Caldwell. We were called here about 4 years ago. One of the things that I've come to do over the year with our team is gather together with business leaders, government leaders, church and nonprofit leaders in a city, a region, and even nationally, to help prosper a region. And that's what we're all doing here tonight, so I commend you and I thank you for the opportunity to take this time. The perspective I'd like to bring, where everyone else has brought facts and many of them, and I agree with them, right? But I'd like to not go head to head, but heart to heart, okay? The perspective I'd like to extend is one of long-term wealth versus riches. There's two words different, okay? We know what riches are: money, assets, holdings. I've not had it, I've had it, I like having it. I also know that it drives business, and that's a good thing, okay? I get that. But whereas true wealth encompasses riches, but goes far beyond that. It envelops a greater prosperity, a prosperity that includes the well-being of others as well as their own interests when making a decision. And when I deal with people and dialogue with them at the levels that I do, many times the word prosperity comes up, and the root meaning comes from a word which means to sow, as in planting. My question in any circumstance that I deal with people when I'm dialoguing is, what am I sowing into? Is it a short-term idea or a long-term solution? Is it riches or is it long-term wealth? Long-term wealth, there's two words. There's capitalism, and I'm a conservative capitalist, okay? And then there's a thing called conservative capitalism. I had a friend that wrote a book from Yakima, Washington. His name's Harold Everly. He wrote a book called Compassionate Capitalism. Compassionate capitalism is born out of the fact that I am going to take other people's interest before mine to see if it's going to actually prosper a region when the decision is made. There's a pretty good book that has a saying that a prosperous person considers his children's children when making a decision. Sure. I say, let's be prosperous in Nampa.
Thank you. Thank you.
It does. Go quick.
2 minutes. Okay, fourth row is, I think, done. Fifth row, if you have not spoken, come on up. If not, sixth row. How many rows are there? 6 rows? Last row.
Consider what's out there, too.
We will. We will.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Kobzoff. I live at 3606 East Kingsgate Drive. So there's been a lot of comments about the air quality, but I'm a stats nerd, so I just wanted to share some AQI readings that I've recorded since October 13th of last year. So last summer, I've suffered greatly from lung and throat irritation constantly, and last summer it was so bad that I decided to start recording the AQIs every day because my husband was tired of hearing me complain about it, so I wanted to see if it was all in my head. Since October 13th of last year, that's 168 readings, we have had only 7 good days of good air quality in Nampa. We have had 93 fair readings, 64 poor readings, 3 unhealthy, and 1 very unhealthy on January 18th, which was a reading of 159. 200 is considered hazardous. 159 is very unhealthy. Just to give you some context, in India, one of the most polluted places on the planet, the general readings are somewhere between 125 and 150. And we read 159 that day, and there's a lot of reasons that contribute to our poor air quality. We do have the amalgamated sugar plant. We have there's a lot of things. There's the cars, there's farming, there's dust. We have mosquito abatement. So for people who are concerned with particulates and toxins that are going into their gardens, I've heard a lot of people complain, and I've read all of the online letters. complaining about the same thing that I suffer from, the asthma, the choking, the coughing. So yeah, that's just what I want to say. There's statistical analysis that supports what everybody is complaining about. I've lived in 4 states. I've spent the majority of my life at 6,500 feet in Colorado, so clean air, and I've never suffered as much with my lungs as I have since moving to Nampa. And I wanted to record the AQI just to see if there was
Time.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Thank you for this.
Very good. Okay, now we're going to go in the back, this side of the room. If you haven't spoken, come on up or make a little queue here in the aisle. And
good evening. Thank you for your time, Commissioners. My name is Luis Caloca. I live at 16 South Mason Creek Road.
Say
and
Luis?
I also have, what is it?
Luis?
Yes, Luis.
Got it.
And I also have serious concerns about Sunrock. Aromas is a pretty big one for those that live in the area. I'm sure that those 7 to 15 knots have made a difference of recent years with the aromas coming over from Vision. I've had to be careful where I place my barbecue because I like the right smells when I cook burgers and such in the back. And those before roundabouts know that traffic was ridiculous and it would back up to the preceding intersections. And now we're asking for the possibility of our young drivers heading south to Columbia High School to have to contend with an unbelievable volume of heavy truck traffic. And in addition, those that navigate Victory Road, when the snow and ice does stick, there's often ice sheets on that road, and perhaps Sunrock will reconsider after losing a few trucks in that ditch. Maybe sliding in that with those heavy trucks and ice will do the job for us. There are also elevated substances in my well. I say elevated, not dangerous, elevated. Perhaps something like this is something that's going to send me over the edge. But, you know, I do look forward to perhaps whatever comes out of my faucet, I'll be able to sell as concrete, and then maybe I can buy myself a new home. So in addition to that, there is very heavy traffic in addition to, what we've already mentioned. There are a lot of construction sites south of Nampa, everything that's heading to CUDA, there's dairies out there. So just try to consider the type of traffic that we're referring to. It's not just light duty traffic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bruce Mount. I live at 3805 Whistling Heights Way. My property is one of the largest lots in Park Ridge, and I back up into Grays Lane. I've been here since '96. I was one of the first houses. I agree with most of what's been said here, but I'd just like to come up and remind the board to try to educate this group a little bit about the mechanics of how this decision is going to be made from this point forward. You've obviously made some approval already, and the company is counting on that to work in their favor because legally they have good standing. I'd just like the board to take a moment, or the chairman, to try to educate us a little bit about how this could shake out in the future. You may not be able to make a decision tonight. You may have to study it more. But give us a little bit of the mechanics of the pro and the con of which way this could go, just to educate the group. Thank you.
We'll do that. Thank you. All right, next speaker or anybody who'd like to provide testimony, come on up.
Good evening. My name's Christina Swenson. I live at 322 Buckskin Court in Nampa. It's right off Grays Lane, less than half a mile away from where this concrete plant will go in. I was on my way out, and I just couldn't leave without saying one thing. If my husband and I were buying a house today, we would not buy it near a concrete plant less than half a mile away. This plant was not here. We are raising our family, and I'm very concerned with the health impact it will have. We have chronic health problems in our family. I don't know how this is going to impact it. Obviously, we have small children. It's one thing to build around a concrete plant that's been established. It's another thing to put a concrete plant in the middle of established neighborhoods. I'm asking you to please deny this. We cannot afford to sell our home and buy. The home that we have was bought when rates were much lower, prices were much cheaper. I've already looked into it. If we sold our home and put everything we made off of it into another home, we cannot afford it with interest rates where they are. I cannot leave this neighborhood at this time, and this concrete plant will make our value go down. You're forcing my family and my children to be around this plant less than half a mile away, and I'm very concerned and scared. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go this side of the room in the back. If you have not spoken and you'd like to, now's your time. Okay. We'll take you. No. I don't believe
So my name is Jesus Zavala. I live on 2950 North McDermott Road in Cuna. And I know some people will say, he lives in Cuna, it shouldn't matter. Well, it does. I graduated Columbia High School in 2021. And one of the things that does concern me is traffic. Traffic, when I went there, was already bad enough. Now with the concrete plant, it's going to be a lot worse. And knowing well that there is new drivers, and especially people who are learning to drive at 14 and a half. I started driving at 14 and a half. They're going to be a bit more freaked out with a semi-truck behind them. And knowing very well that if that truck driver does a bad move, it's going to tip. A car weighs 5,000 pounds, 6,000. You're talking about 80 to 100,000 pound truck. It will crush it. Another concern is air quality. I know that school likes to do a lot of outside events. They do barbecue sometimes, and a lot of people like to go eat outside. And one of the things is the air quality, which is going to affect a lot of people will not like to go outside to eat anymore. They won't be able to enjoy their day because Sunrock wants to build a concrete plant, and it will just ruin the air quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll start taking people from outside. If you're outside and you'd like to provide testimony, just kind of make your way in and queue up here. And sir, I saw you raise your hand, so come on up.
I'm David Strait. I live at 30 South Grays Lane, so I am the second house south. And so we're literally very, very close to this concrete plant. And at one point I'd heard that the concrete trucks couldn't make the roundabouts and all the traffic would have to go down Grays Lane. Is that true?
We can ask.
And one comment about that is when we go down Grays Lane to Amity, when traffic is coming back from Boise, there would have to be a light there. There isn't even a left-hand turn lane on Amity to come down Grays Lane. And you can sit there sometimes for 5 or 10 minutes just waiting for that traffic without any of the concrete trucks in the mix. So we had heard that all of the trucks would have to come down Grays Lane because they couldn't make the roundabouts. Mm-hmm. And I would like to know if that's true or if they can make the roundabouts. And indeed, all of this truck traffic is going to come down Grays Lane.
I believe those roundabouts are designed to take a truck, a heavy truck, and we can verify that with the engineer. He's here, and we'll ask him that question when we're done with all the testimony.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next in line. All right, if there's anybody here that would like to provide testimony on this application, now's your time. You want to go make an announcement? Good?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Can I ask the director a question, please?
Yeah, I believe so. We're going to need to.
Rodney,
get the applicant back up here for closing remarks.
Well, this may be a remark from somebody else. I want to check on it first. Do we have a police report? I didn't see one.
Are you looking for a report on like accident histories? Or?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I can certainly look at that. It'll take me a minute or two, but I can pull that up and have that ready after the.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm wondering, we have 3 or 4 police officers standing outside there. Could we possibly get one of them to come in?
I would say if you're wanting accident history, let me pull official data rather than anecdotal from the police.
All right.
Not that I don't trust them, but I would prefer to use data.
Sounded like it to me, but go ahead.
Okay, so a question for our attorney. The applicant has 5 minutes for closing remarks. I have probably 10 pages of items that were brought up with questions. Can we give him more time to answer all the questions?
So any question that the commission has, they have 5 minutes to give their presentation, however they want to do it, and then the commission can ask them any question they'd like and take as long as they'd like to do that.
Then we can grill them. Do we close the hearing while we're asking questions, or do we wait to close?
You should probably close the hearing and then ask them questions.
Okay, thank you. How's everybody doing on the commission? You guys, by break, everybody okay?
Just to be clear, we should close the public hearing before we have the applicant?
No,
No, Mr.
we're going to have
Chair.
him present, yes.
Closing remarks have to be made before closing of the public hearing.
Yeah.
So it's a rebuttal. It's not necessarily closing remarks. It's applicant's rebuttal to what was
Correct.
testimony.
Yes.
Has to be during public.
During public hearing.
Then we'll close, then we'll ask.
Then you'll close.
Then ask questions.
Okay.
Ask staff questions is what you're asking.
Everybody good?
And then if we take a break after closing remarks, that would be great.
Great, okay. Well, we'll need a motion when we're done, so. Mr. King, I hope you took good notes, and we'll take your closing remarks. You have 5 minutes, just restate name and address and.
Bill King, 851 East, 1400 South, Salem.
Can you bring that mic up a little bit?
You bet.
Thank you.
I do appreciate everyone's comments and concerns in here this evening. I am a native Idahoan. I grew up in a small town in the Magic Valley. I have family that live in the Treasure Valley. I have 3 sisters and their families that both live in the Treasure Valley. We take environmental stewardship very serious, and it's very important to us. And we have heard all the concerns and comments of the people here, and they are very important to us as well. As we work in our neighborhoods, we live in our neighborhoods, and we try to build a better community. One thing I wanted to make a note of, just to make sure everyone's on the same page, is that a cement plant is not a concrete batch plant. So when people are searching that, make sure that they're understanding the differences between a cement plant and a concrete batch plant. I've also heard a lot of information about how we need to update our infrastructure, that there are needs for traffic, needs for better infrastructure and roads, and that is something that we supply. That is something that we can help build, and something we can help improve the communities with whom we work, like Nampa. As far as air quality, we have performed an air dispersion model to verify that we will not harm any of the neighbors around us. We are going to implement a bag house which has filters in there that clean 99.9% of all the particulate matter out of the air to assure compliance, to assure clean air. The aggregates that we will use at this site are a washed aggregate. What does that mean? It means the aggregates go through a washing process to rinse off all the dust and debris off the aggregates. We have to do that so we can get the cement to adhere to the aggregates that we use. So the aggregate stockpiles there, when the wind does blow, there is very minimal amount of fugitive dust that will come off of those. Also within the air dispersion model, we look at the airport and we can see that the way the airport is placed is due to the wind patterns. So we can see that the majority of the wind pattern would go to the northwest and the southeast. So any wind patterns going over our site here will not cross the airport, will not go to the Warhawk Air Museum, will not impact that area as the wind patterns, it'll go in the general direction of the wind patterns. As far as the FAA permit, I've heard a lot of comments that, maybe some of the public didn't know about this prior. But during our first conditional use permit application, I do have an email from Monty Hassel, the airport superintendent, in February of 2023, where he had consulted with JUB engineers who he uses to consult to make sure that any structures or any obstructions within the FAA are permitted and are allowed. And he deferred to the JUB where they said overall have no objections to their layout. So this was knowledge to the airport, to the superintendent, to those around. As far as traffic impact study, I believe that the amended code with Napa City is more restrictive now to the 1,000 trips per day, and which I think there's a supplemental code that will require us to do an updated traffic impact study, which Sunrock, we are open and willing, and it also is in some of our recommended conditions of approval to perform that traffic impact study to assure that traffic will be safe as we enter and leave this particular project. We want to make sure those bus stops are safe. We want to make sure all kids are safe. We want a better tomorrow for everyone, just like everybody else does within this room. As far as zoning, this particular location is zoned light industrial. This is zoned by the city, not by Sunrock Corporation. And within that zone, the city has permitted concrete batching within a light industrial zone use. This is a centrally located location within Napa, and the growth is exploding. Our current concrete batch plants are at maximum capacity, and again, there is still a need for updated infrastructure within Napa City, within the Treasure Valley. And so in order to meet that demand, to help everyone build their homes that they want to build their dream home, to be able to build these and to be able to update the infrastructure, we need to be able to have the capacity to fulfill those needs. And this will provide that direct capacity. Another thing, talking about traffic, is for a concrete truck to come to this location right now, it takes about 35 minutes depending one way. So you're about 70 minutes that truck is on the road, congesting roads. If we have one right here, it can be 10 minutes, so it's 20 minutes total. It will reduce the amount of truck traffic on the roads and help alleviate. And there's also air quality that goes with that. I do appreciate everyone's concerns. I do appreciate everyone's comments. I just want to know that we as Sunrock, we're here to build a better community. We live in the communities which we work. We have many employees that work within Napa City, within Canyon County. And I appreciate your time, and we're here for any questions that you may have.
We've got a lot. So, we want to take a break, come back to questions, or?
Break. I move we take a break for 10 minutes.
Okay, so. Well, we want to close the hearing because he's done with comments, correct? Run through that again.
Questions first.
We can do that.
We can do that.
Do that when public hearing's closed.
Closed, yes.
Wait.
No?
Yeah, we've never done it that way before.
I'm not sure that there's actually a legal answer to that. I think that you could do it either way.
Okay.
So that you could either close public comments and then ask him questions. You could leave it open. So I think it's up to the chair.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And Brian, just when we've had this situation at City Council, our attorney has always said you need to open the public hearing back open to ask questions of the applicant. So I'm not sure what that code is, but that's been the direction from previous attorneys.
And if that's, I'm not sure that that's actually in the law, I'd have to look, but if that's the practice that we've engaged in, that's probably the safer way to do it, yeah.
Okay. Still need a recess? Okay. Take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back here at 10:15 p.m. We need a motion.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, right.
Mr. Chair, who was first?
Who was first? Oh, of course.
Of course.
I heard her say it.
I was.
All right, I've got 10:15. We're back. Let me use my gavel. So I haven't had to use it tonight because you guys have all been so good. Okay, so we'll bring the applicant back up here, and I'm sure we have a lot of questions that weren't answered, and we want to get those questions answered as best that we can. The applicant does have a couple of other representatives with them tonight, and if Mr. King can't answer our questions or would like to defer, he can have another representative from Sunrock answer those questions, and we'll make sure and get names and address for the record. So, Mr. King, come back up. And who wants to start?
You want him to give his name and address, or?
Do you want us to state again?
wait.
Bill King?
Yep.
851 East, 1400 South, Salem, Utah.
Okay.
Andrew Phelps, 10340 Highway 20, Caldwell. I'm Brent Turpin, 2965 East Tarpon Drive in Meridian.
Okay, thank you. I guess let's start with you mentioned a cement plant versus a concrete batch plant. What's the difference between the two, just for everybody's education?
So the difference, a cement plant is going to be out on a limestone quarry where they're actually grinding and pulverizing limestone to create cement powder itself. It's a big operation. As far as creating cement, I'm not sure about all the emissions that come off of there, but it could be a lot of potential emissions that the public has been sharing with you. As far as a concrete batch plant, what that does is that makes the concrete that we use, that we pour. So the way that works is we bring in the aggregates, and then the sands, we mix them together, and then we add the cement powder to it to create the concrete material.
All right. So in regard to emission of particulates and dust, how is that going to be controlled on the site?
That's a great question. So if we follow the air quality permit by the Department of Environmental Quality here in Idaho, this is a very clean batch plant. There are two different types of batch plants. There's a truck mix plant and there's a ready mix plant. This particular plant will mix the concrete and water in place in an enclosed hopper that feeds the aggregates into it. On the site, any aggregate transfer with our air quality permit is required to have a water spray to help aid in any potential dust. As far as the roads, the main haul road in and out of our site will be paved, so it will help reduce and mitigate any type of fugitive dust from any haul roads on site. And then the stockpiles, again, they are going to be a washed aggregate, so they will be a relatively clean aggregate that will be placed on the site.
Okay. Is this a truck mix plant?
This is not a truck mix. I guess the difference, I didn't explain with the truck mix. So this is a ready mix plant. A truck's mix plant will combine the aggregates, will combine the cement powder and put it into the truck and then mix it in the truck and create your cement as you're driving to the job. So it's a little bit dirtier process. On average, if you look at the EPA air quality standards, a central mix plant is twice as clean as a truck mix plant as far as fugitive emissions.
Okay. How many trucks are you going to have on site?
I will defer that question.
We'll start around 10 to 15 with a peak around 40.
Okay. A peak of 40?
That is correct. No,
so that's 40 trucks on site. How many trips do you estimate that's going to be on a daily basis?
Yeah, on an average, truck makes about 5 to 6 trucks a day.
One truck makes 5 to 6 trips per day, so.
Yeah, just a ready-mix truck.
That's a couple hundred trips a day for the ready-mix trucks. And then what about raw materials in to the plant and any other ancillary?
Raw materials can haul about 4 to 5 to 1 to the ready-mix trucks. So one ag truck can haul in about between 4 and 5 loads.
Got it.
Of a ready-mix truck.
Okay. And then your employees, I don't presume they drive their concrete trucks home. They probably drive their cars to the plant and get in their trucks.
Yes.
Okay. How many employees do we have at the plant?
With as many drivers as.
Total employment.
But operational, there'll be another 10 to 15. So.
So if you had 40 trucks, you'd have 40 drivers plus 10 to 15.
Plus up, 10 to 15
So you have
personnel on top of that.
60 people roughly.
Yep.
Okay. Yes.
No.
Yeah, so there was a concern about where's the water going to come from that you're going to
So-
operate with.
There is a well on site, and so the previous use was a farm. I think everyone, maybe forgot that this was an industrial use.
Speak up
An
a little
industrial use with a lot of trucks coming and going back in the day for the farm, so there are water rights associated with the property that do identify how much water we can remove from that particular well. We have also worked with the city of Nampa where we are going to tie into the city services, and we will use their water as well to implement or the water that we need. So we are not going to haul water onto the site. There will be enough water between the well and using the city water for our needs.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
any indication from the city on how much the charge would be to you for that site, for the sewage and for the water? Wastewater and this,
I am not sure what
I'm just
those-
wondering if they gave you a number yet or not.
I'm not sure what those fees are, what the hookup fees, and then what the average rate will be for that. I cannot tell you. I'd have to go back and look it up.
I've got a note to ask the engineer once we close, so.
Okay, sorry, he's just bringing up stuff that makes sense to ask questions right off the bat.
Yep. Okay. I'm going to avoid any of the past issues with Sunrock just because we're a land use body and the decision tonight will go into how we're going to make that after we're done with the questions. But any discussion with the airport about their overhead easement that we heard about from Ms. Miller?
So we have not discussed with the airport the easement, but we have read the easement. We are aware of the easement, and it identifies the same rules and regulations within the FAA report that we filed with the FAA. Now, there are a couple other items in there that talk about farming right up next to the airport, but we are not going to be in any of that area within that easement.
Okay. Back to the site a little bit. So you're going to put in asphalt roads around the site. Are you going to pave the entire site?
So we will pave our main access roads, our main haul roads within the site. The other roads that we may use will have a road base on them that will help eliminate any particulate matter from the roads.
Okay, and the Grays Lane will be paved from,
Yeah. Yes, the North Cajun, right? North Cajun Lane will be upgraded per the city requirements and will be paved, yes.
okay. Questions for engineering on the road sections that we'll want to ask. Hours of operation. What hours are you looking to operate this plant?
So as of right now, we operate when the concrete is required. I think everybody knows that for big commercial projects or for a lot of other industrial or even residential projects, concrete is required at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. This is a site that will operate 24/7.
Okay. Now the answer to that was 24 hours a day. And then noise mitigation, it's obviously a concern for the neighbors. I know we're 800 plus feet away from any existing residential, but horns, backup beepers.
So as far as
rock
horns,
crushers.
I mean, we use radios, right, to communicate with the drivers. We don't use a horn to honk at them for them to come up to load their trucks. As far as backup alarms, yes, we want to make sure we are safe, but we can implement, there's different types of backup alarms. Rather than the loud beep, they kind of make that rumble instead, and we can employ different types of safety measures to make sure that they aren't a nuisance to the public. And then again, remember, we are next to an airport that makes a lot of noise.
Sure. Yeah, quiet, quiet.
You guys have been doing so good all night.
Yep. Yep. Trucks per day, traffic. So navigating a concrete truck around a roundabout, explain to us how that works.
I'll defer.
'Cause I'm not a huge fan of them either, just given most of our projects are 53-foot semis and just doesn't make a lot of sense, but.
A ready-mix truck is a, single axle truck. They don't haul trailers. We have two types of trucks, front loads, rear loads. We built Kings and Victories roundabout here recently with the contractors. Honestly, I'm a big fan of them, and they make them around roundabouts just fine. Our ag trucks, yeah, they're a little bit more trouble, but we get through them every day, so.
Okay.
While we're on that topic.
Yep, go ahead. Jump in, anybody, whenever
What's your
you're.
thought of how often you're going to be using Gray's Lane to deliver anything south of this plant?
I don't know what's going to be ordered that goes down Gray's Lane, but, so I can't answer that question objectively. I mean, do I look at this site and say, I'm going to use Gray's Lane to access all the the areas that we're going to, the two new subdivisions we talked about tonight? I don't think that's going to be accessed through Gray's Lane, and from where I saw those sites, but that's just an example I can give you.
Just clarification, Mr. Chair. How long is your longest truck?
Might as well just.
I'm just going to stay up here. Yeah, I know it. Our longest truck, our front loads in are about 45 feet.
So navigating around about an airport in Happy Valley, or any really roundabout, there's certainly a potential to run up on the curb going around that roundabout, correct?
I think that potential
Victory
is there
and
for
Happy Valley.
everybody.
What did I say? Oh, I said airport. Sorry, Victory and Happy Valley.
Yeah.
There's certainly the potential of running up on that. A truck that heavy running up on those curbs, I could certainly see that roundabout deteriorating pretty quickly, a lot more quickly than maybe a passenger car running up on the curb.
Sure. No, fair question. I mean, I would agree with you that absolutely trucks running up on curbs are going to run them down faster.
When you
It's
got,
also going to destroy our trucks faster, so.
when you got 200, 300, however many trips coming in and out of those roundabouts on both ends of Victory, and who knows what's going to happen on, okay, thank you, I appreciate the comment.
Are we done with the dust stuff? Should we have follow-up?
If you have more on dust, go ahead.
Somebody stated that it's all self-inspected. Is that true?
So within the air quality permit, it does require, Sunrock, it does require us to do daily inspections of the site for visible emissions. We have to inspect our fugitive control emissions as far as our bag house. We do have to write an operation and maintenance plan for our emission control devices. And then on top of that, we get inspected by the Department of Environmental Quality, and they'll come in and strictly go through our permit line by line to make sure that we have adhered, and they look for records of every inspection that we have performed on site.
How often do they show up?
So they can show up yearly, they can show up whenever they would like, but on average once a year or once every 5 years, depending on whatever their schedule is to come inspect us, or whenever they feel like it. There are times when we can get an air quality inspector back to back.
Okay.
Are those inspections spot inspections, or do they have to give you notice?
They do not give us notice.
Okay.
Sorry, on that note, and I'm going to, Mr. Chair, I know you mentioned this, but I'm going to bring it up anyways, because I think it's germane to the conversation. has Sunrock the plant in Caldwell, I believe, and one in Cuna and Boise? Is that it?
That is correct.
Have any of those plants ever been, and now are those, I want to make sure that we're talking apples to apples here. Are those the same plants that you're proposing for this site? Same kind of plants?
Caldwell and Boise are the same plant.
Okay.
Well, there's two in Boise, by the way. The one by the prison, south of the airport in Boise, is a dry batch.
Yeah, I drive by that quite a bit. But those two plants that are the same as the one that you're proposing for this location, have they ever been out of compliance with DEQ?
So I went through all of Sunrock's records, and I could not find a concrete batch plant air quality violation in the past 20 years within any of those batch plants.
That's 20 years, you said?
That is correct.
Okay.
I think maybe that leads into the question somebody was asking, what we do with the water.
Yeah, go ahead.
You want to speak to that?
Sure. So on site, we do use water for dust suppression, and then also we will have a wash water pond for us to mix out our concrete wash water. Now that pond will be a concrete lined pond to self-contain all of our concrete washout water. We will also have a stormwater pond on site to help contain any stormwater on site, so it'll be a zero discharge site. So all stormwater and processed water will be kept on site. The wash water from the concrete trucks that's reused, it's reused to wash out the concrete trucks and reused to make the concrete.
Do you have any idea on a daily basis how much water you would be using? So I think there was many concerns about the aquifer and the ground level water and that kind of thing. So if you're using those pumps or those wells.
Sure, and to clarify it, a yard of concrete's made with 30 gallons. And I would say in a concrete truck's tank holds 150 gallons per trip. And I'd say we wash down with another 100 to 150 gallons on every wash down. And that's probably aggressive, we're trying to wash down with that much, but if we did the math on how many trips we're talking through the growth of this plant over the years and the growth of Nampa, I think we could quickly do the math on how much.
Well, some people could quickly do the math, and I'm not one of them.
So as far as the aquifer, we have a water right, and we could only pull so much water from the ground. And that is a historic water right that has been there, that was used there by the dairy farm. The water on top of that we'll use will be provided through Nampa City.
I got a follow-up question for you, Mr. King, on that EPA violations. You said that you couldn't find any in the last 20 years?
I was saying on air quality for concrete batch plants.
Okay.
Staying on the dust topic, any crushing of recycled concrete or anything going on here?
So we have proposed to potentially crush concrete on site. Where the site is limited, if we do that, it'll be very minimal. Also, when we do crush concrete, we are required to use water sprays on that to make sure to mitigate and minimize any dust that could come from that.
Would you have to do a new environmental study? Either can you confirm or deny that, and then if it wasn't part of it originally and you do want to do it, will you be required to get a new study?
So the air quality permit that we've provided is for concrete batching. To be able to crush on there is a separate permit through the state, and it's identified under a PBR, or a permit by rule, and that would be a separate application that we had obtained prior to crushing concrete on site.
So you would do another, and that would involve another study?
That is correct.
In your opinion, would the operation of this plant impact the air quality in our area? And if not, just explain why.
I strongly believe that this batch plant will not impact negatively the air quality in this area. We are developing a site that is open, that is providing dust to the area. We're going to go in and develop this site. And we have many controls in place to minimize and mitigate any dust to the area.
Okay. Other questions, Commission? Other commissioners? Anybody?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I understand that. I understand a little bit of when you talk about, having a plant in this location. Sorry, I'm getting there. To having a plant in this location because it's more economically feasible without, for lack of a better term. But my question is, and this came early on in your presentation, if you were able to support all these other projects that were going on in the valley from the plants that you currently have, why can't you continue to do that? And I understand the economic viability and that kind of thing too, but outside of that, why can't you continue to just do what you're doing?
The truth is we can with the same capacity what we have, which means as the valley grows, we cannot supply anymore. And I mean, does that answer your question?
I think the first part did. When you said the truth is we can. Can't. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the T. I'm glad
The challenge is we can continue to operate as is.
Sure.
The big challenge is there's a growing demand, and we will not be able to provide for that growing demand of aggregates, for infrastructure, to improve your roads, to provide all the foundations for all the homes coming in. There would be a negative net for concrete need, and we couldn't provide for that.
So to follow up with what Mr. Chair's question was about this area, why not look at a different area outside? I mean, even a little bit further out, rather than right here.
So we have thoroughly looked through Caney County, through Nampa, and we have been studying this for over a few years. And this is right now the place that is centrally located in Nampa and provides the freeway access and is zoned industrial, and within that zoning allows for concrete batching, is very hard to come by.
What happens when the growth slows?
That's a good question.
We got a concrete plant that's not operational sitting right there by the airport. And that could be 5 years, could be 10 years, could be 20 years, however long. Sorry, keep it.
I want to comment on the growth slows. I mean, I can't give you a timeline on this, but when I started at Sunrock, which was originally Clements Concrete here in the valley, we were in Garden City on 41st Street, right next to the Boise River.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there's condos being built there because to haul concrete from that location just got more difficult and more difficult. So we decided to pull up from that location. Will that happen in the future? I can't give you a timeline when, but at a certain point, when you haul concrete so far, it becomes unviable to have it in that location.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner, you're still there.
I'm still here. This is Commissioner Turner. No, wait, it's Garner, sorry.
Thank you, Turner.
In a lot of our, when we have situations where places have wells and they hook up to city services, they have to abandon those wells. And so I'm just wondering if maybe Daniel or somebody could speak on if that's the case, if they would have to, or can they continue to have city water and still use their well?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Garner, so typically we require those abandonments. They are more often times in commercial and residential, not industrial areas. Industries that have consumptive use of water oftentimes will have separate sources beyond the city, and we do have cross-connection ordinances that they have to meet so that we can make sure there's no cross-contamination with that water. Those would be things that we would review with their actual building permit were it to be approved. and were they to proceed with a building permit, we would work with our water department and cross-connection specialist to determine what's needed for that. So it's not necessarily unusual for an industrial use that has a consumptive use to have a separate source beyond just the city's water.
Also, item number 7 within our recommended conditions of approval addresses that issue.
Commissioner Kirkman, I was just going to help add a little bit to what they were talking about with having to need this other plant. They're maxed out on their, I think he made the comment, they're maxed out on their other ones. Also, part of that problem is with the travel and the congestion. When you're dealing with commercial, especially the government agencies, you have a strict timeline from when that plant batched to when it unloaded. And if you don't do it in time, whatever's left on that truck gets sent back. So you got to start to cut down those travel times in order to meet those time frames for those, especially when you're dealing with the government. So.
No, and I understand. I understand government regulation.
It's not just government, it's any project that has specific.
You're commercial, but government's really strict on it.
I think I'm good with questions on my list. And
I think you did good. Covered all mine.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No more.
For staff.
Entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
A motion by Kirkman and second by Daffer to close the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion carries. The public hearing is closed.
Could I get the question answered on the traffic?
Yes, definitely.
I think we need Daniel up here for a little while.
And water.
Move your chair over here, Daniel.
Road impact.
Yep. Just might.
Okay. So I have pulled the last 5 years of accident data in that area. Grays Lane has 5 accidents at the intersection in the last 5 years, which is not a concerning amount. The intersection at Kings and Victory, there's quite a few accidents at that location, but we just put in the roundabout there last year. And so I don't have a full year of data at the roundabout location, but it looks like I've only got 3 accidents there last year, which is a significant improvement over the previous years prior to that. And then the intersection of Happy Valley and
Sorry,
Victory.
Daniel, do you have the number on Kings?
Oh. You want the...
Before the round.
The significant number you didn't mention.
So the total at the 5-year total for the intersection there, sorry, let me, we're looking at like 23, it looks like. But once again, that was when there was a 4-way stop there, and so we've had some improvement there with the
Even with the roundabout, though, we're at like 3 since it's been built.
Yeah.
Okay.
And over at Happy Valley and Victory, there at the roundabout, if it would scale properly, make it easier to see. Come on. Sorry, let me. So it looks like total there is 6 crashes in the 5-year period. So from that perspective, from an accident history, there's not a concerning number of accidents on that section of roadway.
Since you mentioned about roundabouts, and we usually, when we talk roundabouts, we're talking about vehicles, passenger cars or SUVs. So how much more critical or how much more dangerous would it be to have these heavy trucks in this area? I mean, I can imagine they have to wait for the cars in the circle, and they can't hit the gas and move 20 miles an hour in 3 seconds, and it's going to take them a while. So what are we talking about?
So from a safety standpoint, roundabouts are significantly safer than any other type of improved intersection.
But I'm talking about commercial trucks. I'm not talking about cars.
Regardless of what type of vehicles we are talking about,
Okay, that's what I
the
wanted to know.
roundabout is significantly safer.
I knew they were for cars, but I wasn't sure. I never heard about trucks before.
Yes.
Heavy trucks like these.
I see Chairman's looking at me funny, but statistics don't tell the story that they are significantly safer.
I knew they were for cars, but I just wanted to make sure they still were for trucks.
Yep, they are.
Hey, Daniel, Chairman, this is Matt.
Yep, go ahead.
Daniel, while we're on the roundabouts, can you talk about the actual construction of a roundabout and how they're built to bear up under truck weight or not?
So they are designed with that center truck apron to allow for trucks that are the larger trucks, the longer trucks that need the additional space to navigate through the roundabout. They are designed for those loads, those truck aprons, with a mountable curb, so they're not coming up against a vertical curb there. It's a mountable curb, and the truck apron is designed for the larger vehicles, concrete trucks, semi-trucks, everything. That's what they are designed there for.
This is a bit of a different angle on this, but with the added traffic at the intersection of Grays and Victory, would this trigger a stop sign or anything like something like that there to mitigate some traffic?
That is entirely possible. That would be something that would be looked at with their traffic impact study, which is part of the conditions of approval, the recommended conditions of approval. If it were approved, they would have to do that. That would have to be scoped with the engineering department per our adopted policies, and then they would hire a consultant to do that work. We would then review, and then any mitigations that it identifies, they would be required to do.
So a follow-up to that traffic impact study question, usually when we approve CUPs, they need to wait before the appeal period expires, and then they can act on the CUP. With the traffic, I'm sure the traffic impact study will not be done in 2 weeks.
No. So they would have to have the traffic impact study submitted and approved prior to us issuing a building permit. And so it would be, their timing for how quickly they could have one done and submitted to us for review and approval prior to building permits being able to be issued.
So they won't get a building permit until we reviewed, approved, or engineering's reviewed and approved the TIS, and any mitigation would have to be done when they pull the building permit.
They would have, correct, prior to a certificate of occupancy, they would have to address the mitigations that it identifies.
Okay, and then on the water, are we done with traffic? What about road sections? Victory, I'm sure, is...
Victory is an older roadway, absolutely. Will this potentially increase or accelerate the need to rebuild this road? Yes. The discussion, there was discussion brought up in, not specifically in testimony tonight, but in other communications about the requiring them to rebuild Victory or something of that nature, or impact fees to do such.
That's a no-no.
Impact fees are not allowed to be used for maintenance, so we can't, per state code, do that. Yeah.
And we can't condition them to maintain the roadway forever.
That would be challenging.
Right. Just a thought.
I would look at legal when you said that. And,
I didn't look at it on
yeah.
purpose.
Legal's going to do some research.
Yeah.
From my experience, I would say no, that's not something that we could do.
We would have already been doing it.
Exactly. So on the water questions, so we won't have any specifics on volume of water requested until they apply for a building permit, correct?
The discussions that I've heard and the volumes that have been thrown around are not, even were they to come from the city system by itself, are not something that give me concern. Mm-hmm. When we start talking, millions of gallons a day kind of stuff, then we've got some concerns. If we're talking 100,000 in a day, that's not that our system can handle that without a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, so they'll be required to have a discharge permit and all that stuff for this project, or since it's all self-contained, are they going to be able to bypass that?
Yeah, there would be no discharge of their process to the city's wastewater.
Okay.
They would obviously have connection for, or potentially have connection for their domestic use for, toilets and that kind of stuff. Right. But there would be no connection to the wastewater plant for process.
Daniel, a car wash I know pays a lower rate for the water use than a lot of other industries. Does the cement plant get a better rate or more expensive?
So that is on the wastewater side of things. So they would just be paying their wastewater rates for their domestic use, their toilets, that kind of stuff. They would pay the same rates as a
anybody
home.
else. Yeah. Right.
The actual water rates do not have any differentiation. There's some differentiation for volume. As you use more water, it costs more. Right. But there's not use of it doesn't play into that.
Commissioner Kehoe, just a point of clarification. It's a concrete plant and not a cement plant. Right. And I know reading all the material, the 3 inches that we got, a ton of the material that was sent in was in regards to a cement plant. Totally different animals. One makes a lot of dust, one does not. So just to help keep the confusion down, they're talking about a concrete plant.
Sure. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for engineer? Okay. You're off the hook.
I have a question about noise. So noise ordinance 11 to 7 is quiet time. Is it different in industrial?
Typically, no. If it's in the city.
Since it's in the city, I just...
I'm looking at these guys.
You take it.
I believe that's related to construction of the site. Is that correct, Daniel?
So the noise ordinance does allow for some exceptions outside of that for construction. During the actual construction of the facility, if they were to need to do something at night, there are exceptions that the building official can grant, and then for roadway type construction, There is exceptions that the city engineer can grant if that needs to happen at night. I do not believe there's any exceptions related to just general operations. Rodney's got the code up right there, and so hopefully he's looking in those exceptions, and we'll have an answer shortly.
I read over it and I didn't see any, so.
So your point is they'd have to adhere to the
Noise ordinance, just like anybody else would.
yeah.
And that's, I don't know, it's a concern. We heard concern, so.
Yep. Okay.
And my whole thing is, you know, you got to think about complaints from neighbors. It's a CUP, right?
Yep.
And complaints from neighbors that are validated by the city are cause for revocation of the CUP. So just all things to think about.
Yep.
And that noise concerns me too, because it's backed up against that hillside, which is just going to echo that sound.
Almost like an amphitheater.
Over to the neighborhood. So.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I read through the noise ordinance 673 in our code, and there's no specific call out for an exception for concrete batch plants or anything like that. So I believe that's accurate, that from 11 to 7, they would not be able to create noise that would disturb the public in the area.
But could an exception then, well, could that be included if a CUP were passed? Could it be included in the CUP? Or would that have to be, would that require a change from city council, a change to the ordinance, since there's no exception built into the ordinance?
Mr. Chair and Council, or Commissioner Kirkman, are you asking whether CUP condition could allow noise to occur?
Yeah.
That would not be allowed. That would have to be a variance from city code or a city code change.
Okay.
Okay.
So I had a question I probably should have asked them while they're up here, but in the interest of not reopening the public hearing, I'll ask Parker. Do we have a preliminary site plan that shows like where the tallest structures are on the site? And
Yeah, right there.
Chairman and Commissioner, this is a site plan that was provided by the FAA, and when they did their height analysis, you can see some of those distances and the height that they review things. And I'll pull back the other site plan without all the lines. So here's their proposed site plan. You can see
where's the silo at?
Down to the left.
Right here where the cursor is.
Oh, okay. No, those are just material piles.
Yep.
Okay. Is there anything other than the silos that are significantly tall? Like their crushers or?
The plant itself is fairly tall. It's not as tall as the silos, of course, but.
But that's all still in that same pocket, right?
Yeah.
And how, I heard a few different numbers of the heights of those. What is the actual number?
Chairman, Commissioner, it's somewhere between 75 and 80 feet.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so given we're in deliberation here, Rodney, if you just walk us through findings of fact, just for, there was a question from testimony about how the decision is made. Walk us through that if you would, please, and then we can get to that, or?
Yeah, thanks, Mr.
What do you
Chairman.
guys
I'm
wanna
going to
do?
have Parker bring up the conclusions of law or the criteria that we use for approving or denying a conditional use permit. These are in code, and these are the criteria you must find and support with facts that have been stated today or that were found in the staff report or that you find yourself that will help you make that decision. This is not a decision that's based on popularity. That's not what you can legally do based on a certain number of people opposed to this. That's not how you can vote to decide to approve or deny it. However, you use the information they've shared, as well as information shared from the applicant, information that the staff has provided, and that is what you use to back up your decision about each of these criteria. So you must find, if you are to approve this, you must find that each of these criteria are met and that they are supported by the facts of the case. The staff has provided, Parker has provided both a potential motion for approval and a potential motion for denial. And in both of those cases, we've also provided findings, proposed findings for you to adopt. So you could say, based on the proposed findings in the code, I move to approve or deny this project. I think the other part of that process is just, I think Commissioner Van Acker, you mentioned the appeal process. So once a decision is made here, if a motion is made and you have a majority vote, then the applicant or any interested parties, that's the language in code, have the ability to appeal that decision to City Council. And then they go through the same process. They have to apply for that appeal and pay the fee. Then we have to advertise it on the property, and we'll stick it out on the road, and we'll put it in the paper and notify everyone within 300 feet of this property. That's the criteria that we have to follow by state code. So if that happens, that will be scheduled, a public hearing will be scheduled, and everyone here will have another opportunity to come out and share their opinions and their thoughts with City Council. Once that decision is made by City Council, it's a final decision unless the applicant or someone else wants to challenge it in legal review in court.
So just to be clear, whether it's approved or denied by us, it can be appealed?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, so can you go to the conditions of approval, please?
Well, wait a minute. I have a question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Questions about that. Do we want to do these first or go back and come back to it?
Questions about the findings?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, about the findings.
Go ahead.
Under E, that the proposed use will not involve activities or processes, materials, equipment, and conditions of operation that will be detrimental to any person, property, or general welfare by reason of excessive traffic noise. It doesn't mention like particulate matters. Does that include that also, or is it excluded?
I would think so.
I think that's the subjective.
Fumes.
Chairman and Commissioner, yeah, you could lump it in with smoke, fumes, glare, and odors, but I would also include that the city of Nampa does not necessarily regulate particulate matter, as we don't have the resources to do that. It's more
detrimental to any
DEQ.
person's property or general welfare. So if particulate matter gives you cancer, wouldn't that be included?
Up to you to decide.
Yeah. This is a very subjective decision, and you have to base it off of this criteria, and you present the facts related to it.
Well, but they've already presented the facts in all this material that we've going through. There's tons of it.
Are we in the deliberative state?
Yep.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Again, Kehoe, Senator, or Commissioner Kehoe, that a lot of that is findings relating to a cement plant and not a concrete plant. Please,
Quiet.
people.
Quiet. Be quiet.
I reviewed almost every website that was sent into us, and almost the vast majority of them referred to cement plants, not concrete plants. And I worked in this industry for 20 years as a truck driver, as a batch plant dispatcher, and a plant operator, so I know exactly how these things work. And they are dusty, but they're nowhere near as dusty as a cement plant. So they're two different animals, and a lot of the stuff that you guys sent us and a lot of the links referred to cement plants. Totally different. So I just don't want everybody to keep getting confused that there's going to be this big gray cloud over that part of Napa day in and day out, because it's not going to be.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
To item A, and Mr. Kehoe, I want to make sure I'm not stepping on you.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. That the proposed use is supported by the Nampa Comprehensive Plan. So on page, where am I at? 4, that's just what was written on the page number. The comprehensive plan, future land use designation is industrial. So
Page 4 of the staff report, sorry.
Yeah.
I got you.
Light industrial uses are oriented. I understand this is a CUP, which is a conditional use permit. However, the comprehensive plan for this particular, and please tell me if I am mistaken, but the comprehensive plan for this particular parcel is light industrial, zone light industrial. That's the comprehensive plan. That being said, those uses are oriented to industries that are less impactful to surrounding land uses, and we can cite everything around there, from neighborhoods to airport to agriculture, whatever, require lighter utility use, and I don't think that these 100,000-pound trucks or whatever fit that bill. Cleaner in operations and emissions, and we can argue back and forth on, the concrete and the particulates and all that kind of stuff. Located in areas that are easily accessible by large vehicles. That's debatable, but I would say that it's probably not at this point right now. And these are important land uses that assist the city to diversify its economy with new and renovated industrial properties. Uses include processing, warehousing, manufacturing, on and on and on and on. And I've read this over and over and over again, and not one time have I seen concrete or cement or anything in that list. So my question is right to A, it's not supported. Am I missing something here?
Well, I think it's...
Without the CUP. I mean, that's why we're here with the CUP.
I think it's a little bit limiting to say it's not included in the list. You could argue that this is manufacturing.
Well, yeah, and I did see they're manufacturing concrete, but then you go back up to that light industrial and the definition of what that is. And the reason we put so many examples in there, I think, is to kind of lay the groundwork of what this intended use is for this type of a parcel, for this type of a property. I don't know. Am I off base?
Well, according to one of the testimonies, it's the same thing for heavy industrial. Is it's still a CUP, so you probably wouldn't find it in that list either. So if you're trying to find it in a list, you're probably not going to find it.
No, there's not, in the heavy industrial, there's not a list of
conditional use.
Conditional use and industrial. So yeah, that's the question. Is the code trying to tell us, or the comp plan trying to tell us we'll never have a batch plant?
We have like 3 of them.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, so.
But what this comp plan is telling us is that this particular parcel is light industrial. That's in our comprehensive plan.
And you're arguing that a batch plant would never be.
Well, I just don't see how it fits into what the plan is for this area. I'm just trying to square my thinking with that. And there was, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. There was.
All I'm doing is questioning you. So.
Okay, that's why I'm going to keep talking. So you don't have to. listening to all the testimony, and I appreciate Rodney's comment about taking those comments into the decision-making process. And one testimony that was very compelling to me, and one of the reasons I really got involved with public service was, and I don't know if she's here or not, but she was wearing a pink sweatshirt, but she talked about Caldwell and Boise and the 26-story tower, and that testimony about, and then you get to Nampa and it's like, yeah, Nampa, it's a great city, it's a great place to live, but I just don't see, and that goes to E right here, is the proposed will not involve activities or process, materials, equipment, conditions of operation detrimental to any persons, property, or general welfare reason. And I picture that concrete plant in that location with an 80-foot tower or 75-foot tower, even a 70-foot tower, completely out of whack with everything that's in that area. I mean, it's residential. There's a lot more stuff that's being built on Amity and Happy Valley. We have high school there. We have elementary school there. We have established neighborhoods there. And this concrete plant, I just can't get that out of my head. And when she testified, what she talked about, driving into Nampa, you see warehouse after warehouse after warehouse along the freeway. You drive into coming into Boise from the east, and you see those gravel pits there and those pits right off the freeway. And that's what I don't want to see with Nampa. I don't want to see Nampa develop into that type of an industrial type of city. We need industry, but I think there's a place for it, and I'm more and more leaning towards this is not the place for something this heavy. I don't want to hear anything. I'm trying not even to look, because I don't want to look at who's going like that.
Well, you could tell them to quit raising their hands now, and they followed your directions before.
You created this.
Sorry. Well, now I can just close my eyes, and I don't have to see anything.
And I tend to agree with Jeff, but for different reasons. I'm looking at this like under D, that the proposed use will not be detrimental to the economic welfare, but how many people said the value of their homes would go down if this was in their neighborhood?
Agreed.
So, I mean, right there is something. And then if you go to E, that the proposed use will not involve activities or process materials, so on and so forth, detrimental to any person's property or general welfare. And how many of these people had asthma, and whether they have cement plant or a concrete plant, it's going to be dust particles in the air. And it's going to affect those people and I don't want to have it on my conscience when I go to bed at night. Am I killing Susie because I did this?
Commissioner Kehoe, on that note, there was another compelling piece of testimony, and it really stuck out with me. And Commissioner Garner, you could probably talk to this. Turner, sorry.
You guys wear a name tag?
You could probably speak to this, but it was a gentleman who talked about, or more than one. If I was moving to this area, am I looking at schools, or I'm looking as if there was a concrete plant there?
Yeah.
And I just thought that right there just kind of speaks to that D.
Yeah.
I mean, how many folks and how often do we, when it comes up and they say, well, I don't want this neighborhood built next to me because it's going to decrease my land value, and we all think, well, that's a perception, but it's not a reality. This is a reality.
It is.
This is a reality when it decreases land values.
So, Tom, you're always the one who disagrees with people when they say that new neighborhoods.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, what would you say to that argument for this one?
So, being in that industry and 20 years as a realtor, I totally understand. Some things to think about, though, is there's a central mix plant like these guys are proposing at the corner of Highway 55 and State Street. There's $1.5 million, $2 million homes that are built right up next to the property line over there. They built them after that plant was there. So granted, they moved in afterwards, but yes, they did. They don't typically build $1.5 million, $2 million homes in a place that's going to be really dusty, noisy. They did complain, tried to get them so they could only work certain hours. Didn't work. And if you spend any time over in the Seattle, Tacoma, Portland area, there is plants in neighborhoods all over the place. And And so they're right around schools.
There's too much ambient noise.
Yeah, guys, please. So there's a lot of them over there, because I worked over in that area, and I know there's a lot of them amongst houses, schools, nurseries. Granted, it's a little bit different over there than it is over here, but they are in neighborhoods all over the place. Another thing to think about is they use these central mix plants on major airport rebuilds, and the plants are sitting. You're landing and taking off right next to them, so they can't put out that much dust if they're sitting in the middle of an airport. So they are dusty. I'll agree with that, but there's also some things to think about and look at where these plants are used and set up on a regular basis. And granted, I know I read a lot of the airport pilots' comments and stuff that the large airports, they have instruments and they can navigate around them. So I totally get that compared to our small airplanes. But they are used in places like that. They are set up in neighborhoods. And so this isn't the first neighborhood that would be next to a plant, concrete plant, and everybody's going to have major issues. So I just know from my 20 years in the business, they are in neighborhoods, they are next to schools, and people live with them. So now, on the other hand, you guys please, it's our turn to deliberate, and you guys have to be quiet so this can all be, everybody can hear. But with everything I know about these plants and the way they work, and that they're not nearly as deadly as everybody thinks, I just find this does not fit in the neighborhood. I think the truck traffic is going to be horrendous, and I just don't find this as a good location for this plant.
Commissioner Turner.
Please.
What about the testimony that was provided for the Warbird Roundup? Those planes that come in, I thought that was pretty compelling testimony.
Yeah, and
because that's an economic impact.
And I have a house still on Indigo Court, where most of you probably know. I bought it brand new in 2002 and lived there for 20 years and just moved a year ago, but I only moved a mile away over off of South Side, just off of Amity. So I'm still in the neighborhood. I still enjoy watching the planes when they do their air shows, and I have a better spot now with their flyover, but I haven't got my new pool in, so I kind of like my old house because I had a pool and I could sit back there and watch them. But I love to watch those planes. They're cool to listen to, and when we get the small jets that come through and land the stars that are going over to the Fort Idaho Center or whatever. That is the coolest sound when those little jets take off out of that little airport. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. But so
there goes Taylor.
But as what the biggest concerns with a lot of people with the dust and everything is not my huge concern, even though I know it's a lot of years. But I just honestly do not find this fitting in this neighborhood. It's not. It is going to distract with the character and the appearance, like in B, and the traffic, and E. It's just not a good location. If we had 5-lane roads over there in that neighborhood, in all directions to get traffic in and out, and a little bit more of a buffer from the houses and the airport, I probably lean a little harder towards allowing it, but I just don't think this is a good spot for it myself.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Turner.
Yep, go ahead, Matt.
Echo what Commissioner Garner just said. I agree. I don't think that it meets the criteria.
I think you said Turner. Sorry.
Yeah, he did.
I know what I said.
He's giving you a bad time. The secretary's going to have a heck of a time trying to figure out who was talking about this.
Sorry, this is Commissioner Garner, the real Commissioner Garner. So, yeah, I agree. The B and D It is light industrial. I get that, but there are other light industrial uses that could be put there that would be less detrimental as far as like the height of the building itself. But also the noise is a big factor, right? Because they're not going to be able to limit that between the hours of 11 and 7. And so that will also be a detriment to the neighborhood. And so for those reasons, I'm against the proposal.
So a couple things. First, I'll start with something I tell a lot of the public when they come to meetings like this. I am very excited to see your enthusiasm here tonight. It means a lot. It means a lot to all of us that you show up. I, however, would like to see the continued enthusiasm as we and other members of the community plan for the future of the city. I don't like to see it when it just affects your neighborhood. You know, I live a little ways from here, but it will affect me. What I like to see is faces I haven't seen before at the mayor's planning meetings that we have regularly. They're all over the website. She puts out newsletter that I subscribe to. There's things in the paper. I would ask community members to please get involved. I'd like to see every one of these faces at the next community planning meeting. I'd love that more than anything, because then it helps me see what you want. And then when things like this come up, we as a community have already decided that this isn't the location we want these things. We want it somewhere else. On the same token, just because it's affecting your neighborhood, that's why you're here, and I understand that, because it hits close to home. But telling these guys to move out between Boise and Mountain Home isn't reasonable. You know, it's just not, because economically, they can't afford to drive that much. Reasonably, with the concrete dry times, they can't drive that far. So we've got to put it somewhere. So at some point, it's going to affect somebody's neighborhood. Whose neighborhood is that going to be? Is it going to be in the county that's got subdivision with, say, 2-acre lots? Is it any different than your subdivision? Really? Is it really? And the answer that I say to that is no, it's not. And I understand there's a lot of you here that would speak against it more so than if it was in the country and there were less number of people. But does it impact them any less? So this is something the community needs one way or another. And that's why I would ask that you as a community show up at these planning meetings so you can help us and the mayor and city council and city staff plan for our future, so we don't run into issues like this as often or at all, because we have feedback. You know, when you only have a few minds looking, I only know so much, and a lot of you guys know a lot more than I do. I'll be the first to admit that, and I want to learn, and that's why I appreciate you coming, because I learn. Since I've been on the commission, I have learned an immense amount of information. And I appreciate every meeting that I attend, and I appreciate every testimony that you guys give and other community members have given. But, I mean, you can see I volunteer for this because I've lived here my entire life. My kids live here, and I want them to continue to live here, and I want to have grandkids in this community, and I want to die here someday. I don't want to move away. So it means a lot to me. That's why I'm so involved. That's why I go to all the planning meetings. That's why I sit on this commission. And I'm part of other boards as well. I would ask, please be part of that process, because it helps us all. It helps our future, not just yours, but mine and everybody else that's here. And it makes those decisions and things for city staff a lot easier too. Hey, we've already decided this is exactly the way things are going to be. Then there's not an argument. There's no discussion even. So that's my thoughts.
When something that has always bothered me when people are buying a house, they don't do their due diligence on what's going to go on around them. And so one of the first things I always look at is the history of the property, because I didn't know when this particular property got annexed. And if it had been annexed 20 years ago as light industrial, anybody who bought a property should have known that's a possibility that this was coming. Now, in this case, it was annexed in 2019. So anybody who bought a property in the last 4 years, you should have seen that this is a possibility. However, I don't think most of you did, based off of how many people got up here and told me you bought your house in the 90s. So that's a little more than 4 years ago. And those subdivisions came in way before this was zoned light industrial. So it kind of sways my thoughts on that. But I want to echo what was just said about participating in the planning, because there is a comprehensive plan, and that affects how these things get decided. And that's when you need to voice your concern, not after we've already decided this is going to be that zoning. You need to say that before all those decisions are made. So I'm conflicted on this one for that reason. And it's a tough call for me, and I'm not sure what I'm going to say yet.
It was cool to see that someone here from Columbia High School too. I love seeing it when students show up.
Kid did a good job.
Yeah.
Two of them. Yeah.
Well, I'm leaning more towards Matt and Jeff. I look at these conditional conclusions and laws and findings, and I don't see, I think if we would have had the education that we have now, back then, we would have made a different decision. And at least I would have. And so I'm leaning against.
And
So we're human and we make mistakes, right?
What?
And
You might.
I guess part of the whole process is noticing has always been a challenge on certain projects, and obviously the first go around the noticing wasn't adequate.
Yeah.
And
It was to the law.
it was per state code, I get it, but common sense wise, we had it noticed differently the second time, and we have hundreds of people here.
Yep.
So,
Difference.
But I'm just saying that was state statute, and
Sure.
So there wasn't anything trying to be hid. It was just the way things were done by the code.
so can we write a local ordinance that supersedes state code and just say, there you go, legislators, we're not following your rules?
Brian just
Is that a
passed
question
out.
to
He
me?
fell out of his chair over here.
So you can be more restrictive or require more. So yes, we could have a code that requires additional area that gets contacted. We could put additional signage. Yeah, absolutely. The amount of area that we notify people, that has been an issue for years and years, that 300 feet. I just want you to know, I have to approve all the invoices for every one of those, and our postage cost for every single project adds up significantly. So I'm pretty fiscally conservative, and I watch that pretty carefully. If that's the direction that City Council and this is the direction that the Planning and Zoning Commission wants to take, we can certainly make that change. It just costs more.
I think
So it's not codified then? We don't have a separate code that says we're going to notice this way? We just have suggestions from the mayor?
We actually do.
Okay.
We have the code that's in place right now is city code, and it just follows state code.
Okay, got it. So like anything over and above, like a larger sign on the major arterial, that's just something the mayor's done recently?
Policy. That's policy that we've done.
Got it.
Yeah,
Got it. But we can make that a code if we want.
we could, yeah.
All right.
And I think something like this, we wouldn't have had to pay for one more stamp. I think if we just would have had the sign out on Victory where people would have been aware of it, it would have made all the difference in the world. Because where that sign was placed on the property, the only people that seen it were the pilots, and they probably weren't able to read it. Honestly, when I found that out, I didn't think the public got noticed
Right.
as well as it should have.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, just make a quick comment on that. Absolutely, we agree. You know, we have followed our state and local code when we do noticing. And so we did it the way that we've always done it. You know, the staff member that is assigned to put out those signs goes and puts it on the property as per state code. However, as soon as we found out that this was an issue, we changed that. We created a policy, and now we're following that policy.
Appreciate that. I wasn't blaming you, Rodney. I think you did what was right. I just think that we would have had this, and like Peggy mentioned, if this would have been a whole different discussion a little over a month ago, if the sign would have been where the public would have seen it and would have been made aware of it at that point.
And Rodney, you know that I told you a year or two ago that if you needed help putting those signs out, that I would be glad to help as a volunteer. And that still holds true. I mean, I'm a retired person. I'm looking for things to do. I'd be glad to put those signs out.
Well, where were you a month ago?
Talk to him. It's his fault.
In the summertime, not in the cold weather. That's all the caveats he's going to add later. No, I mean, I'm the first to support industrial development and uses like this in the appropriate areas and zones. And, you know, I think there's a compelling reason to support a batch plant in our community. When you look at all the criteria we need to follow to make this decision, I think most of it fits, other than E. And we've got more communication from the airport this evening and the commission and the pilots that are a pretty important standhold in our community. And that would be, you know, I'm all about more concrete. And the more we can make in the valley, the lower the price is going to be to build the buildings, and that'll help fight all the issues with rising costs and price increases and whatnot. But you know what? We're humans. We make mistakes, and I think we made one earlier this year, or end of last year. Again, if it wasn't right next to the, and I know it was right next to the airport before, but you know, I think we don't satisfy item E in the conclusions of law, and that's what I would use to base a denial a denial motion.
D is just as important because the welfare of the community is very important.
Yeah,
we have
but
a lot of people that were.
I think it would be non-detrimental to the economic welfare of the community. Really, I think that's the one that really stands out and will help the economic welfare of the community.
See, this, Mr. Chair, I think this is where a lot of that subjectivity comes in, because I was just going to ask, you know, what does that community mean in this sense? Does it mean all of Nampa, or does it mean the corner of Victory and Happy Valley? Does it mean Gray's Lane, or does it mean, you know, so I agree with Commissioner Kehoe, is that it is detrimental to the economic welfare of that community. And when I'm talking about community in this sense, I'm talking about those subdivisions right there, the airport, Happy Valley, all that area, and not necessarily all of Nampa. Because I agree, we need these concrete plants.
We do.
Just not right here.
It's interesting.
Respectfully disagree.
It's interesting that we all have different, I mean, the problem is, well, depending on whose side you're on, the problem is you got to meet all of them. And to me, luckily I wrote them down so you can move your list. The first one, meet the comp plan. I feel it does. It's industrial. There's other industrial uses. Gale's right there. You know, the other, I mean, it's not, it's not terribly out of place. And that, to me, fits B as well. Like, if you just look across, so you see industrial uses there. I don't know that, I mean, what's right in front of it? Isn't it the precast? Didn't we approve a precast plant right in front of it? I mean, that's pretty similar use. the big one for me happens to be C. I don't know that we have the roads to serve this place yet. And I'm not even worried about the roundabout so much as I'm worried about Victory Road. It's bad, like just driving down there. You have an old pickup like mine that doesn't have any suspension left, like that's a rough road to drive down.
Well, you had it until you drove down there.
It could be. No, I don't, but that's not a forever problem either. Someday Daniel will figure out how to fix that road, and we'll design it for the loads it needs to be. So that's not a forever problem. The economic welfare, could it hurt business at the airport? Yeah. Is it going to shut down the airport? No. And there is economic benefit, like that you've already mentioned, so I don't need to reiterate. And the last one is, I think the biggest thing on the last one is our particulate pollution, right? And there's a plan in place for that. And if they violate it, we can revoke the CUP, you know? I hate that I sound dismissive of those concerns, because I don't want to be, because they are real concerns. But if we could never build anything by anybody if we said that we can never have any dust in the air. What we should do is mitigate it with the stuff that they've suggested they mitigate it with. So, in my opinion, we meet 4 out of 5 of these, and the one that I'm hung up on is C, the middle one of can we serve this with the infrastructure we currently have? And again, we probably can in the future once we get that road fixed. I mean, the intersections there are better now. The people that don't like the roundabouts must not have been there when Victory and Happy Valley was a 4-way stop. I mean, it was, and it's better now. And we can improve the intersection there at Grays and Victory by putting in a 4-way stop or something like that. Like, there's things we can do to solve C. It doesn't sound like my vote's going to matter. I'm kind of 50.
It always matters, man.
I don't know.
Every vote
I'm kind of 50-50 right now, I guess is where I'm at. And I probably better decide soon before we all turn into pumpkins, but I'm not going to make a motion if that's what you're...
Well, and I think just your statement right there is important for everybody to understand that we take these things very seriously. And I know every single one of us has spent a lot of time at home reading through these massive packets that we have and all the emailed information that we have, and then doing research on our own. Not just taking one side of the story or the other to heart, because, like I said, it's important. It's the future of my community as well as yours. It means a lot to me, and I know it means a lot to us. So I want everybody to understand that we do put a lot of effort and time into this and a lot of thought. All these decisions we make are very important to us because they impact our future. So.
Who hasn't said anything?
I'm talking.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, everybody
I
has.
was listening.
Everyone has.
I was listening.
Everybody spoke up. Including Mac,
Who wants to make a motion?
silent Mac.
I'll make a motion.
Or we want to sleep on it? Go for it.
I'll make a motion.
We're gonna about sleep on it if we don't already make a motion.
Let her make the motion.
I move to deny the conditional use permit for the operation of a concrete batch plant in an IL zoning district at 39 North Picard Lane for Sunrock Corporation and adopt the proposed findings for a denial listed in the staff report.
Second.
I think we need a reason for denial.
Are those reasons
findings
listed?
in the
There's
staff
findings in
report.
the
Those
report.
are in the findings.
Yeah.
But it doesn't meet the.
Well, there was 3
yeah,
different ones
got
mentioned.
it. Okay.
I will
CBD,
reiterate my
I think,
second.
were all mentioned.
Well, yeah.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Selman and a second by Kirkman to deny this conditional use permit. We'll take a roll call, please.
Garner,
Aye.
Miller,
Nay.
Staffer,
Nay.
Turner,
Aye.
Kehoe,
Aye.
Morgan,
No.
Kirkman,
Aye.
Selman,
Aye.
Van Acker.
No.
I think we got confused on the motion.
Yeah.
So the ayes were
Ayes
in
were
favor of the
The ayes were to
denial.
deny it.
Ayes were to deny.
Do we need to read?
Did
We
everybody?
need to revote?
We have to do a recount.
Excuse me?
Wants to do a recount.
Recount?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
But aye, you're in favor of denying, and nay, you're.
Right.
You're, okay. Right. Just so everybody's on
Right.
the same page.
Do we need another motion and a second on that, or just a
Just a revote.
Revote.
I would say just revote again, so we just read through them again, confirm each one, because I think they misunderstood the.
Mr. Chair, could you please reconfirm what the aye and the nay stand for?
Yes, so we have a motion on the table to deny the conditional use permit from Selman and a second by Kirkman. A yes vote is to deny this conditional use permit. A no vote is to vote against the motion of denial. Does that work? Okay, now let's vote again.
Garner,
Yes.
Miller,
Nay.
Staffer,
No.
Turner,
Yes.
Kehoe,
Yes.
Morgan,
No.
Kirkman,
yes?
Selman,
Yes.
Van Acker.
No. It's 5-4.
Motion passed.
5-4. This
Motion passes to.
conditional use permit has been denied.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hold on. So, any additional reading from the CUP? Can you guys hold on, please? We just got to finish the meeting. Just, if you could hang out for like a minute, maybe two.
So just a reminder to everyone present that there's a 15-day appeal period after this, before this becomes the final decision.
Okay. So, okay, that motion has been approved to deny the conditional use permit, and I would entertain a motion to close the meeting.
So, second that one.
A motion from Kehoe and a second by Kirkman to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned.